is ignored.
If he...
Oh, turn that off. All right, 2 hours before raid. You guys excited? All right, world buffs are good. My other character has everything ready to go, like my main. He's outside of the raid, so just going to be doing laps around Dalaran for an hour and a half or so before I log on to him. But just killing time. We did all our prep. Everyone's ready to go. I think we have some good strategies. We have some fun things that we're expecting other people not to be doing, so should be a fun time for progression for the race. You're back. So the one thing is that our main tank has been dealing with disconnect issues because of his internet, so we're very worried about that. If he can't make it 20 minutes tonight. That's all we need. All we need is 20 minutes. No internet issues, no power flickering, none of that stuff. You can share it. Just gonna put this here so that people know. We still got a little bit under 2 hours until the raid starts, but just hanging out until then. So in case anybody isn't aware, you know, what time it starts. Oh yeah, no problem, Roquin. I'm glad. Yeah, that was like a really cool set to find. And it's funny because somebody like messaged me on Discord asking about like just some sets they were looking at. And then that's what got me to like start messing around and ended up finding that realistic Bis set. But I was really happy I did. I think it's going to help a lot because 4-piece is just going to be like impossible to get as a Shadow Priest of 258. But yeah, no, I'm glad it helped you. More guides coming, actually. I have boss guides that are like mostly done. Northrend Beasts and Jaraxxus are done. And then the other 3 I have like outlines for, but haven't recorded them. But hopefully can get those up in the next few days. But actually, that's a good point. Is I need to finish my thumbnail for the Northrend Beast video. Because that one's ready to go. I forgot about that. But yeah, thanks. Good luck to you too. If you know, whenever you do the raid, whether tonight or you know later in the week. Oh, 9 Eastern, nice. Hey, good luck. Did you guys do any PTR practice? No, so I'm not on my main, but I still have the same like talent setup. Oh wait, no. I lied. Okay, this should not be improved VE. I'm actually gonna go change that. So originally I was a fan of. Okay, just PTR. Nice. Well, good luck. Anub's going to be hard. I think the first 4 you can definitely kill without wiping. Anub phase 3 can be tricky. But no, I don't think improved VE is necessary. In my guides, I was actually just watching through some of them earlier today, and I regret saying use improved VE because I think it's too much healing. After saying that, I then did raids without using improved VE, and it was perfectly fine. I think we were just being overly cautious with healing. Like you can still use it. It's just you're going to be healing a noob more, which like means you're doing less damage to him because like the way it works is it's essentially the damage you do to him minus the healing that you do, and you'll do more healing to him with more VE healing. So it's not necessary, but it does feel comfier on a first kill. And what I mean by feel is that like your healers might see people are low and try to heal them. Improved VE will keep those people higher, but also your healers need to get used to seeing people low because they shouldn't heal them. The idea is that you are sustaining your group, and unless they get penetrating cold, your healers don't need to target those people at all. So let me respec. But no, I'm not going to be using improved VE at all. So I'm actually going to respec real quick. But it's normal. Yeah, it's basically just normal spec. Regular VE. I already forget. Do I put 3 points in here? I honestly forget. I put 2 in there. Yeah, so I put 2 points. I already forget like what my normal setup is. Disc 5, max. Boom. Okay, cool. Yeah, I would recommend just normal spec. PvP spec though, do I have that on here? I don't know if I have it on this guy. I don't. Essentially, so for the PvP fight, it really depends how you guys do it. What I'm essentially doing is it's normal talents, except I'm putting the 5 points from improved Mind Blast into improved Psychic Scream, Silence, and Psychic Horror. Just because Silence is nice, it's just a blanket silence that can just like stop a healer from overhealing. Yeah, I didn't change anything. I checked logs and fights, and I think the healing. Yeah, it's totally enough without improved VE. Having Silence and Psychic Horror on the PvP fight are really nice. And I don't think losing improved Mind Blast is really a big deal. Especially the way we're doing the fight. I'm just casting VT on everything. So like I'm barely using Mind Blast anyway. So like losing the talent points here to get Silence and Psychic Horror, I think are totally worth it. Oh, you're off spec Holy. Are you gonna be healing? Or are you doing the whole raid shadow? Because if you're not healing at all tonight, then I would you don't need it. You totally don't need a PvP spec. It kind of just depends on how you guys want to TBD on a noob. Gotcha. Yeah, it really depends on how your guild wants to do the fight. Totally not necessary. It helps us with part of our strategy. Like I'm using Silence at a key point to make sure that like one of the enemies doesn't cast something. So I like it for that reason. And even without that reason, it's nice just, you know, if there's like a tranquility going off or just any healing. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. And healing, but like the thing that I would say is also if you wipe, healing the frost is more of like a learning curve for healers. Having more healers would definitely help. So that's for sure. But then, you know, that phase is going to take longer because you're going to have less damage and you're going to be healing him more. So it's like, not only do you have the less damage, you're also going to be healing him more. But your healers just need to be quick to respond to whoever has biting cold, penetrating cold. That's what it's called. Actually, I'm going to respec into my PvP spec while I'm thinking of it. Oh, fuck. I'm an idiot. I just changed the wrong one. I guess this one's already set up, so that one's already normal anyway. All right, doesn't matter. Mind Melt, Dragon Plague, Shadow Form. Then I kind of forget what I did with my extra points here. Or there's one extra point I should have. I have 3. Hold on. What did I miss? Oh. Focus Mind. Got it. Yeah, I would say if you wipe once, I don't think it necessarily means you have to add another healer. It might just be your healers getting used to the fight. But it's a weird balance between damage and healing on that fight. So you guys will have to try to figure that out. But hopefully you don't. Hopefully you don't. Hopefully you can get a cloak tonight. That would be awesome. Oh, the other thing is glyphs. What glyphs do I have? So like I would recommend like Glyph of Dispersion I don't think has too many uses on this raid. So I would opt personally for, do I have it on here? Glyph of Shadowward Pain. I think it's just a better option for most of the fights. On faction champs, your PvP spec, I know you're not having one. Yeah, so I'm going to be using Mindseer for Anub. So Mindseer on Anub is awesome. And I was going to get to that. I think so essentially in your third spot, the way I'm doing it is instead of Glyph of Dispersion, Here, let me just switch to this spec and then I can actually glyph these. I'm going to use Glyph of Shadow Word Pain for the first 2 fights. So for Northrend Beasts and Jaraxxus, it doesn't really matter for Jaraxxus. It's just, I don't think there's a third glyph that really matters for that fight. So I'm just leaving it in there. But I think Glyph of Shadow Word Pain is really good for Beasts. It's just kind of a long fight. Finding a time to disperse can be hard. But that's totally for a like maximizing your damage. Like if you're cool with taking 6 seconds to disperse from mana when you could be DPSing the boss, then you know that's for you to decide. I'm someone, I want to DPS for as much time as I can. But so for the first 2 fights, I'm using Glyph of Shadow Word Pain. For faction champs, I'm going to be using Glyph of Shadow, Glyph of Dispersion, and Glyph of, do I have it? I don't think I have it. Glyph of Mass Dispel. Because there's a lot of things to dispel. So even though your Disc Priest is going to be getting most of the dispels, you're not cool with that. Cool. Yeah, so then if you're not cool with that, then I would highly recommend Shadow Word Pain for the first fight. And then, like I was saying, Glyph of Mass Dispel, Glyph of Dispersion, and Glyph of Shadow, if you go for a PvP spec on faction champs. If not, doesn't matter. You can just use standard talents. Twin Valks is, again, it doesn't really matter. Depending on your kill time, it might be nice to have Glyph of Dispersion. Just kind of depends on how much damage you're taking. I would say the third glyph on that fight doesn't really matter. But if you're finding surviving to be tough, especially during a vortex, if you're doing like an opposite color strategy where you're just getting hit by a ton by the vortexes, it might be nice to have a reduced cooldown on dispersion. But I don't think it really matters. And then a noob having Mind Seer is really good, just so that you can Mind Seer, like, if I use this pillar, if this is the boss, and you have 2 adds here and 2 adds here, you can, like, target this add here and Mind Seer, and you hit the add, you hit the boss, and you hit the other 2 adds. I will not be dispersing that, personally. I'm going to be hemming. But I think if you're not hemming, then it might be good to disperse. It does a lot of damage. I think I found I died in 3 ticks. Like during PTR, I was like, I'm just going to stand out here and take it and just see how fast it kills me. I think 1 hit brought me to like 60% HP. The second hit brought me to 20%. And then the third one killed me for the off-color vortex. So it could be good to help out your healers. You could also use him. Kind of depends on how you guys are doing it. Like if you're somebody who's... so you do get pushback. So we have one of our paladins use AM concentration aura. So usually what happens is I get 1 tick of pushback and then the rest is fine. So essentially I miss 1 tick on my him, but I still get 3 of them off. Yeah, so it's your paladins really come in clutch there. Okay, what was I doing? I want to get glyphs for my PvP spec. Right. This is just my ult. Hey, thanks, Crix. Good luck to you guys too. It'll be nice to see who gets a server first benediction, you know? Crix, are you streaming? The Foji, what Fogi or Foji week aura? Oh, you're not streaming? Cool. Well, I'll have to stop by maybe Jordy's stream and see how you guys are doing. If, you know, whoever finishes first, maybe you guys might beat us. It'll be close, obviously. Crazy fast race. Jick, what are you talking about? Like Foji's like priest week aura? Oh, so I don't know what his week aura pack has for TOGC, because we have our own in-house that gets made. Was it Welcome TOGC pack? So I'm not sure what's in Foji's. I'm sure it's really good. I used his for Ulduar, and ours, like I kind of used half and half of both. I assume it's really good. Foji's really smart at making weak auras for boss fights. So I would assume it's really good. If you guys don't have anything else, I would absolutely say use it. But I want to get my glyphs just so that this guy's set up for whenever he's running. I forget. I think he's on Monday. I'm doing runs on my alt Shadow Priest. Oh my god, 20 gold. What? What's up? Anybody else going for like any prog races tonight or going for server titles or anything? The server title is tough because not only do you need to be the first, you have to do it with 0 wipes. So obviously whoever clears it first is probably gonna have 0 wipes, but you know, you could have servers where all the guilds clearing it first have wipes and just nobody gets the title the first week. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about too. Did I forget something that I'm not thinking of? Oh, hell yeah. I'm super amped. I'm super amped. I'm very excited. I live for progression rating. That's like pretty much the only thing I care about in this game, which I should probably be playing retail because it's way more of a thing there. But I don't enjoy retail as much. I kind of get burnt out on that game pretty quick. Yeah, you're going 2.5 hours after raid launches. I feel that. I mean, if it like upsets your standard raid time, it can be hard to get people on 3 hours early. You know, for Wrath of the Lich King over retail, I really enjoy I think I enjoy retail more in small bursts. Like in like a 2-week period, I will enjoy retail a lot more. But if I played it for any more than that, I would just I would hate it. Like I really enjoyed, I don't know how much you're familiar with retail, but like pushing keys and getting like my Keystone Master for the tier and then just being done. Like I'm not doing any rating. I don't care about progression rating in retail. It's just too many wipes. People are really bad and dumb. It's like if you're not in one of the top guilds, I just get too frustrated with other people. Oh, I'm not paying attention to anything Agora's saying. I hear penis a lot. That's all. I'm just like, I zone everything out. Okay, now Eber, this is why we don't stream comms. If this conversation was on stream right now, it would be it'd be quite the scene. Oh yeah, totally. Retail is like, it's great thing to hop into for a week or two. Perfect description as a vacation. Yeah, they're talking about squeezing hogs. If you can what glyph should you bring Dornan? I just kind of went over this, but so for my like primary talent setup, which is just normal talents, not doing anything with like improved VE, Glyph of Shadow, Glyph of Mind Flay, those two will never change. I really like Glyph of Shadow Word Pain for the first 2 fights. Well, I like it for the first fight, and then I just leave it on for the second because Jaraxxus is, there's no glyph that really changes for Jaraxxus, like doesn't change the fight at all. And then kind of depends how you do faction champs. The glyphs that I use on my PvP spec are Glyph of Shadow, Glyph of Dispersion, and Glyph of Mass Dispel. So I lose the Glyph of Mind Flay for some extra like utility. And then, what was I going to say? Twin Valks, doesn't really matter. You could go Glyph of Dispersion on that. It might help to just, you know, just depending on how your healers are doing. And then on a noob, I'd totally recommend Mind Seer. So being able to Mind Seer off like one of the ads and hitting, you know, the boss, the 2 ads on the other side, and the other ad, really helpful. Bring out Hallion. I mean, I'm interested. I think they'll probably do that the same way that they did Onyxia here, where they'll just bring it out with ICC. But I never did that fight. Like I played Original Wrath, but I was really bad and didn't kill anything because I was a really bad player. Phase 3 Anub. I'm Zugging the boss. Essentially, we're gonna kill ads. Basically, we want them to die right when the boss hits 30%, and then everybody just single targets. The goal is to just burn his phase 3 as fast as possible. So we're gonna have ads up, and we're just gonna hope our tanks survive being hit by them. The funny thing is, you actually want them to burrow. Like usually burrow is something you want to avoid, like because they come up 40 seconds later. But if they come up 40 seconds later, they're not hitting the boss, or I'm sorry, they're not hitting the tanks, and hopefully the boss is dead before they come back up. So that's what we'll do with any ads that come in, you know, sub 30% in phase 3. Yeah, so mana on PTR, the only fight that I think Shadow Word Pain is really good for is Northrend Beasts. Because it's hard. So if you think about the fight, you have Gormok, you have the little snowballs that come out. When Gormok dies, you get a few extra snowballs. So even during the intermission between Gormok and the Germungers, you're constantly casting. You don't really have time to disperse. Like you don't have time to disperse for mana if you want to maintain full uptime. So that means you're essentially casting during that intermission, and then you go straight into attacking the Germungers. So essentially the earliest you can disperse without losing damage is when the Germungers burrow, like a minute into their phase, which is a long time to go. And I found that without Glyph of Shadow Word Pain, I was very close to if not Like I would need to mana potion. So I like the Glyph of Shadow Word Pain because I don't need Glyph of Dispersion. I'm only using it that one time when the Germungers burrow. And then Glyph of Shadow Word Pain just sustains my mana for the rest of the fight. Don't be scared of TOGC. It's super easy. Hey, what's up, Kevin? No, so if you want to keep uptime to a maximum, you can disperse. It's just when the Germungers burrow. That's the first time in Northrend Beasts. So that's why it really depends on how you play the fight. If you don't mind dispersing for 6 seconds and just losing uptime on the boss, then fine, that's your decision. You can disperse. So you don't need to Shadow Word Pain. I'm talking from like a min-max damage point of view, which I understand not everybody goes for. But I'm doing good, Kevin. Just hanging out, waiting, you know, another hour and a half until raid starts. Super excited. Got everything ready. We have some fun tricks. It's going to be really cool to see how people do this raid. Just because it's so short. It's so short that there's so many things you can optimize to just gain like 10 seconds on another team, which is going to be like the difference between who gets server first, who gets world first, all that stuff. Oh, no problem, Mike. Yeah, that list is really sick. I'm a huge fan. That's because that's what I'm getting. And it just, I'm going to get the first cloak in my guild because they're like, okay, well, you're not getting tier, which just removes 2 contested items. So it's like, we can give you more contested items because of that. Speed run strats for the trash mobs. Yeah, if you have any trash mobs, you fucked up. Fusion had a 25-minute run. I think we can beat that. On faction champs. This really, I wouldn't say my responsibility. This kind of is like how your guild wants to handle the raid. There's basically 2 ways you can do it. You can like focus fire one mob at a time and then just single target one at a time. So in which case everybody should just be single targeting. Or you can go for the cleave strategy. And this is what the top guilds are going to be doing. Like you have your unholy DKs, you have your warlocks, you have your shadow priests, everybody just using dots on every single target. so that they just all get cleaved down and die. That's probably what we're doing, you know? No, that is what we're doing. So I'm basically, after the first mob dies, like everybody single targets the first one, and then from there it's just mass AoE. No, it's not griefing to mind sear on a noob. It's griefing if you're targeting a noob while mind searing. So the thing is, if you think about like Yogg Saron phase 3, like 0 light Yogg, if you mind sear on the adds while your tank has them next to the boss, you're still damaging Yogg, right? So it's like you can do AoE damage and damage the boss at the same time. You're only griefing if you target a noob to maximize your damage on the adds with mind sear. If you're using mind sear, you should always be targeting an add, the add that's closest to the center of a noob. So that way you're hitting the other adds and a noob with your mind sear. But you need Glyph of Mind Sear to do that. Yeah, exactly what Ike said. Just do it off an add. As long as you're damaging a noob with your Mind Sear, you're not griefing. It's not going to do as much damage as Mind Flay does to a noob, but your overall damage will be higher. And like those adds need to die. You're not griefing. I mean, unless the boss is at like 5% or something and you're mind searing the adds, at that point you should probably just single target the boss. But outside of that, no, mind sear is perfectly fine. Yeah, exactly. Target adds. You'll see. I mean, if you watch me anyway, or if you come and watch, I will. Yeah. So dispersion. The only time I use it on a noob. Do we only wild magic? I'm not going to wild magic on any fight. I think outside of the only fight I'd wild magic on would be Twin Valks, and I don't even know if that's right. Like, I don't know if that's the correct play. Yeah, so you only use dispersion on phase 2 of a noob. Really, that's the only time you'll need it. Maybe phase 3 if you're like. So the cool thing about a noob is even if you have a ton of people die, you can still kill him because the amount of healing he gets is relative to the amount of people alive. So when more people die, he heals less, even though he's taking less damage. So like we've had kills where we had like 5-7 people alive. So you could use disperse to like kite him if he like targets you. But outside of that, yeah, you're never using disperse on a noob outside of phase 2. Well, so if you call for bop, you can disperse. Just like wait till there's like a second left on your bop and then you disperse. And then you can just still sit in it until there's like another, 1 or 2 seconds left on your disperse, and then you can go through the permafrost. So you can use both of those to like basically kite a noob for a long ass time before going into a permafrost. So on a noob, you want to try to you want to hit 3 adds, right? So if you're searing off 1 add, you can hit 3 and you can hit the boss. Mathematically, you probably need to hit at least. I think if you hit 2 mobs, it basically breaks even with Mind Flay damage. So you want to hit 3 to do more. My math might be off there. But essentially, if you're hitting 2 adds at least and a noob when you Mind Sear, that's worth from an overall damage perspective. But you want to try to hit all the adds. Yeah, so when the adds run in, I do a single VT onto all of them. I don't know. Like from an overall damage perspective, it's good because 1 global cooldown is what you're spending. Like, what's VT? I mean, it's 1.35 seconds on this character, but it's faster than that on my other guy because he has better gear. But you're spending 1.1, 1.2 seconds casting a dot that's going to deal around 15 to 20k damage, whereas that same amount of time channeling a Mind Flay is going to do like 4k damage. So your overall damage is a lot higher just by casting a single dot. And if you want to maximize your parse, you just, when VT falls off, you put up another one. I'm not going to do that. Actually, you know what? With Mind Sear, I don't know if that's correct. So that might be wrong. Never mind. Ignore what I said. Ignore that. Because you'd be Mind Searing anyway, and that does a lot more damage per global cooldown. If Abyssal Rune Sim's higher than Broodmother. I have 2... I don't know how I feel about Abyssal Rune. I love Eye of the Broodmother. And the reason I love it is because it's not a proc. It's an effect that stacks on your character, and you basically have 100% uptime. So even during intermissions, you can use Renew. and like the renew ticks on your character will stack up Eye of the Broodmother. So you can see I'm getting Eye of the Broodmother ticks for my renew. So it's a fight. Even when you have intermissions, you can maintain full uptime on that. So I love it for that fact that it's like, anytime you have a proc trinket, it can happen at inopportune times. It can like, you know, maybe it procs before lust, not before lust, but like maybe it doesn't always happen when you want it to. So if they're close, if they're within like 20 or 30 DPS and Eye of the Broodmother's losing by that amount, I would probably still use Eye of the Broodmother. If it's more than that, then I would probably use Abyssal Rune personally. So best glyphs for TOGC. Third time running through this. It's cool though. I don't care. I'll put out videos on this all too, but that's not going to be for like another week or so. Dude, I couldn't tell you why in illustration. I don't know. Blizzard fucked up their coding somewhere, or like the wording should be different. I don't know. I don't work for Blizzard, and I think even if I did, I probably couldn't tell you because I feel like there's a lot of things in their game that they don't understand. Oh, so best glyphs, sorry. So Glyph of Shadow, Glyph of Mindflay, you're pretty much using those on pretty much every fight. Kind of depends how you want to do faction champs. Then your third glyph is what changes. I really like Glyph of Shadow Word Pain for Northrend Beasts. I think Jaraxxus, your third glyph can be anything. On faction champs, my spec has Glyph of Mass Dispel, Glyph of Dispersion, and Glyph of Shadow. So that one's a little bit different. Just because you're doing a lot of Mass Dispelling, having Dispersion on a reduced cooldown is nice to survive. And I'm not using Mindflay a whole lot, so losing that glyph is fine. And then Twin Valks, again, just whatever 3 you want. Shadow, Mindflay, and then your third can be whatever you want it to be. And then Noob, you should have these 2, and then Glyph of Mindseer. So that you can Mindseer off an add, hit all the other adds, and a Noob. Yeah, they would have to play the game first to actually know how it works. But like, I feel like there's a lot of things that they code, and I'm sure they probably intended for those 2 things to work similarly. But they probably had 2 different people working on it who had 2 different ideas of what that mechanic meant. And then it was probably so long before they realized that they didn't work the same and just left them. That's my assumption on how that works, or like why those 2 trinkets don't work the same. Ads should not die before 5 seconds until, well, you know, it doesn't really matter when they die. Because damage on the ads, like it's fine if they die fast. I think you'd much rather have them die sooner than later, because if they die too late, then the stacks of the debuff that they put on your tanks could get refreshed, and that can be bad. But I mean, it just depends on your AoE damage in your guild. MP5, crit, and haste. The crit and haste is like 20 rating, and I think it's 20 MP5. Yeah. Right, so I'm not using improved VE. So I fucked this up in one of my videos that I was actually watching, but this was after the first PTR test. I didn't have a ton of experience, and I should have corrected this in a follow-up, but I don't use improved VE at all, and it's not necessary for a noob. It's too much healing. You're just going to be healing the boss for more than you need to, and you're healing your raid or your group for more than you need to. Yeah, the way you're right. That's a good point. If your stars die early, then guess what? These ads are gonna fucking explode. Wait, Fiend has a group right now? All right, I'm gonna log on and then just join group and log off. I just want to I don't know. I don't want to have any issues joining the group or anything weird before, because I'm not going to log on to my main again until 7 minutes before the raid starts. But I have all my buffs and everything ready to go. Who is it? Peepo, right? Whisper in. All right. Yeah, I would totally scrap improved VE. I don't think it's necessary. You're going to be doing. I think it's probably really good for the other fights. From a progression point of view, like if we had more than 2 specs, what I would do is I would use improved VE on every fight that's not a noob. That's what I would do if we could do more than 2 specs. But since we can't, the one that I'm going to use, the most important thing I think is to not have improved VE on a noob. So that's why like I set my spec that way. No, so Bejeweled Bracers isn't BIS. I think it's second BIS. But Grasp is simming 10 DPS higher, so there's other things that can affect that. Your settings are probably different than what the sim competition settings were. So the whole thing with the sim is that if you have different settings... Sorry, 1 second. Pog. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, Bissless. Yeah, so it really depends on what your sim settings are. So you should just go check, like, do you have the same amount of spell power from Demonic Pact? Do you have all the same buffs? Do you have the same timings? That's going to affect how different gear sims, and it could make other pieces better. So that's the kind of the thing with simming, is that you should have your settings tailored towards your own raid group, because that can affect the values. Like, the values that I sim with for my raid are about 100 DPS less than the sim competition, than like what is in Kiwi Sheet. That's WoW Instant Messenger, WIM, W-I-M. That's that chat add-on. You know, it depends. I think Shadow is one of the weakest class in terms of PvP utility. Like the utility is really strong. It's just the cooldowns are so long that you don't get a ton of use out of them. It's important for me and my guild because I'm going to be silencing somebody at a very specific point in time. And it's nice because you have a blanket silence that you can just use where they can't cast anything. It's not like counterspell where you need to interrupt. So that's one reason I'm going for this spec. I don't think you need it. I think it just kind of depends on how your guild wants to approach the fight. But I would totally say PvP spec is not necessary, but you can use it. So if you'd prefer not to, then feel free not to. I do think, but like, you have a lot of tools to escape. So it's like you can use Fade. That's going to reset. So it's like they have threat tables. But like the threat tables are like when they target somebody, that person probably has like 100k threat. So to overtake them is really hard. And I'm just making up a number. I have no idea. But if you use Fade, their threat table resets. So if you're getting targeted by someone, you can Fade, they'll go target somebody else. If you get somebody running at you, you can Psychic Scream. You can Disperse. Oh, I don't have that. I should probably put that on my voice. Can I grab it here? I can't. You could use Rocket Boots if you have Engineering. There's a lot of things you can do as a Shadow Priest just to avoid getting hit. Then like Psychic Core is nice because it sucks as the 2-minute cooldown, but it stuns them for 3 seconds and disarms them for 10. So if you use it on like the Warrior or the DK, then even when they start hitting you after 3 seconds, we're not going to do that much damage. So you Feeling Black, you pretty much always want the legs. Just the amount of hit you get on them, even 245. Is awesome. And then it'll kind of depend on the chest or shoulders. Because, so the way this set would work is that, I'm just going to say, if you got the chest, then your shoulders and helm should be tier 8. If you got the shoulders for tier 9, then your chest and helm should be tier 8. So you should always have tier 8 2-piece. Even with 245 tier 9, like that would be your BIS setup if you're not getting 258. If that's the case, then you have to look at how much hit you need, because the tier 8 chest has hit and you may or may not want that. So it really just kind of depends whether you got the tier 9 chest or the tier 8 chest. And I've seen sets where getting either one sims about equally. It just kind of depends what hit pieces you have or don't have. So you'd have to kind of do some playing around there. I can't really help you without taking like a bigger look at your gear. Your Shadow Raid is on the casual side of the hard mode raiders. Yeah. So then I would just go normal spec for that. then I would do what you said before. Have like your improved VE spec for all the other fights, which is nice because you heal your group, you heal yourself. It just gives you more survivability. And then for a noob, go 0 out of 2 VE. So I'm getting 2 pieces of 258 tier, but I am dead friggin' last for those. So it's like on the Conqueror token, everybody except our Disc Priest, because I don't want tier 9, is getting 2 piece before me. So I am dead last on those, which means I actually have pretty early prio on 245 tokens, because 2 piece is really good. 2 piece seems like 150 DPS upgrade for me, even at 245 item level. But since I'm so far behind on the tier 258, I'm going to be the first one to get the cloak, because it's likely it's actually probably 100% now that I'm not going to be going into ICC with 4 piece. Unless we get crazy luck with Conqueror tokens, it's just extremely unlikely. No. So 16.99% means you have 0.001%. No, full points. That's not how that works. Incremental points, absolutely. Like fractional points, decimal points, totally work. So that means you're gonna miss in like 1 every 10,000 spells or something, right? Like, yeah, 16.99 is basically the same as being hit capped. But I thought I was full capped, but even not, like, that doesn't matter. That's still like a perfect setup. 1 in every 1,000, whatever. You know, same thing. No, for hit rating, I don't know about vanilla. I didn't play vanilla. In TBC, it was totally the same in terms of fractional hit. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, getting 16.99% hit is almost better. It's not better, but it's nice that you're not wasting any points of hit that could go to another stat. Oh, I would totally use scale then. Are you replacing like a dying curse, Ike? Because scale would be a pretty big DPS upgrade. Oh yeah, totally. Dornan, you're right. Is it Dornan or Doman? Yeah, okay, Dornan. Just making sure I read that right. Yeah, the scale is totally outweighs that 0.02 hit. Oh, people are saying Triumph Ender is out. Is that just bait? It's in what's chat? Is this trade chat? It's probably just bait, but. Yeah, my Twitch account is unbanned, but I don't know if I'm gonna go back to streaming on there. Especially with like all the shit that like people are going through with Twitch, and it seems like getting banned is like a pretty common thing for people for just like seemingly no reason. So I think I'll just stay on YouTube for now. You know, I've heard people say good things about Kick, but I don't like the whole thing with like being on a platform to stream is like you want people to come find your content, right? But I don't know how many like people actually view on Kick. Obviously a lot since they signed some people, but it's not going to be as big as like YouTube or Twitch. So I think right now I'd like to just keep all my content in the same place on YouTube. But yeah, like my Twitch account's unbanned. I was like, can you just like look at like the IP address of like whatever happened and like look at my recent history and know that like I didn't do any of the stuff that you think I did? And they unbanned it like the next day. I can multi-stream. You're right. I'm not a partner on Twitch. I don't have that set up, and I'm not going to worry about it for right now. But yeah, no, you're totally right. I totally can multi-stream. My Twitch account got banned because my account got hacked. And so I don't actually know what happened. They never told me what happened. what I think happened is that they tried to like crypto scam people or something, like just send like random whispers, like PMs to people. I think my account, just somebody hacked my account, started sending those people and got caught and got banned. But I'm not actually sure. I just know I submitted my appeal and within a day it was unbanned. So I obviously didn't do anything wrong. It was somebody else. No, I think affiliates can, but I'm honestly not too sure. I haven't looked into it a great deal because I don't really care. Oh yeah, but I guess, you know, maybe they changed that recently. You know, honestly, maybe it'll be something I look at this weekend, and then if it is something I can do, then screw it, I'll set it up, you know? I mean, like, there's no reason not to, right? It doesn't hurt me if I can stream here and Twitch at the same time. I just don't have that capability set up on my computer right now. There's a Wowhead article that has all the locations of fires. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Just more exposure. And you know, I like Twitch. I like Twitch for the simple fact that if I only stream on there, like the music that's playing right now is just some like lo-fi, like copyright-free music. Because YouTube's gonna take this VOD, or like take what you guys are seeing and post it one-to-one as the VOD. In like Twitch, what you can do is basically change the sound channel that your music's playing through. So you can listen to like actual music, not just some like DMCA free whatever. So I can't do that on YouTube, which really makes me sad because I love listening to music while playing. So that's just one small unfortunate thing for me. Oh yeah, the Stream Elements does. They 100% do have a tool. And I know I've like looked at it and then I was just like, oh, that's cool. And then just never bothered setting it up. I think you have to pay for it for Stream Elements. You have to like use their like premium tool. I don't know if OBS, which is what I use, has an option for it. I am totally snapping Shadow Word Pain on the second Valk. I mean, I don't mind giving like, I mean, there's what, 30 some people watching right now. I don't mind giving my tips away to you guys. I'm gonna make videos on them, and you know, hopefully those will get a few thousand views. So like, I don't mind if like 30 people hear everything early. If anything, you know, I'd rather you guys know some good tips going into your first raid, because I think it's super helpful. You know, I'm not gonna be the person who's like, nope, you gotta watch the video for it, not telling you anything until then. Like I do that for guild stuff, but that's because like we have strategies we've worked on, and I'm not gonna give away, you know, the entire like what our plan is to kill X boss faster. But my own Shadow Priest stuff that I figure out, that's like, I don't think really has an impact on that type of stuff. Absolutely. How long until 6? So right now it's 5. So an hour. 1 hour. I wish I knew how to make a timer on here. Maybe I can make a timer if that's a thing. So I could, timer OBS. Oh, it's a plugin I have to download. I won't worry about that right now. Wish everyone could use CEST. What is that? Is that London time? I don't know. I get my time zones confused. I'm like, I can barely keep track of the US ones, let alone other countries. Oh, that's Central European time. Okay, I got you. Is that what that stands for? Yeah, so that's like, not London. I guess like what, France, Germany? Ah, Central European summertime. Gotcha, gotcha. Sweden, right. Yeah, no, I remember you telling me the other day. That's cool. I need to get there. I have a lot of Europe travel I want to do that I just haven't done. I've done a lot of Western Europe. But like the farthest east I've been is Munich, which obviously I know isn't very far east in Europe. Yeah, I think I'm up 750 DPS from PTR. Oh, you're doing a guild meetup in Stockholm? That's awesome. No, there should. I think the delay is like 10 to 15 seconds right now. So the way it works on YouTube is you can have like, I have it set to low latency. You can do like ultra low, which is like near real time. I think it's like a 2 to 3 second delay. The reason I don't have that set up is because you can only stream in 1080p and I play at 1440. So I just didn't want it to be lower quality for you guys. So it is like a 10-second delay-ish probably. Oh, let me see if does it tell me the delay? Analytics, stream health. No, it doesn't tell me what the actual delay is. But it's probably around 10 seconds. It shouldn't be too bad. It's not like 40 like the other day. That was just because I missed the setting that I have to select. It's annoying that it doesn't default. It like defaults to like the highest latency one and not the lowest, which is really annoying. Yeah, I'd rather, especially for like a prog stream, like, you know, I guess that's kind of like the debate, right? Like for progression, you care about like the real-time updates, like, oh, did this guild beat that other guild type of thing. But I figured, what's the difference between 3 seconds and 10 seconds? In this rate, that actually could be a big difference, but you know, I'd rather the stream be 1440p. Yeah, it sucks for Europe, raid release times. It's just annoying it's so late in the day. Like, somebody's always going to be screwed over, but obviously Blizzard being a California-based company really helps the US out. Yeah, Dornan, that's what I like too, is that it's just like, you know, it's as soon as I click stop streaming, it's automatically uploaded. I don't need to do anything extra. People can find it if they want. If they don't want it, they can ignore it. I do wish that there was a way that, the thing that I don't like is I have another like YouTube account that I just like follow my main on just to like kind of see what it's like from a viewer experience. And I don't like that it shows VODs in like your like subscriber notification or like your feed. I wish that didn't happen. Like, I don't want to unlist them. Like, I want people to be able to see them, but I don't want people to be like spammed with like, oh, Pants just had a stream. I'd rather that be for like the actual YouTube videos I make and not the streams themselves. But I think that's just a minor complaint I have. Yeah, and like that's the thing is like most people find me on YouTube and then come to Twitch. So if they're already finding me on YouTube, I can just keep all the content on YouTube. That's just so much easier. Oh, this is totally gonna hurt my click-through rate. And that's like, that's the thing is like, there are definitely people like, there are people who stream on Twitch and upload their VODs. Most of them have a second account to do that. Right, exactly. Like people rarely watch VODs. And I know that. And like, I don't want them to be spammed with VODs. So I think I'm going to look at, I think that could be the one thing that makes me stop streaming on YouTube. If I decide to, because I don't want my other videos to get hurt from streaming, right? Because I care about those more. Like the streaming's fun. It's nice. It's nice to have free content on the side of like what I'm already doing. Because like all my videos are just like, you know, clips from me playing the game and then like compiling them, adding some voice lines to it, adding some graphics and like, okay, here you go. But it's like, it's nice that I can just like kind of direct people to these, be like, oh, like what's your strategy for XYZ fight? And if I don't have a video on it, I could be like, well, you can just go to like the 30-minute mark in this video and you can watch us do it. Yeah, I think the hard thing about videos is like Jordy is kind of like the king of the classic boss guys right now. The other problem is that our guild doesn't want to reveal our strategies. So it's like I have boss guides ready to go and like I can't upload them, you know, for another hour, just as like a guild rule. So it's like that hurts me in terms of like getting ahead of people. So it's like, I think my boss guide content is like not as important to me. I'm more focused on the Shadow Priest stuff, which kind of sucks. I'd like to be able to upload stuff sooner. But also I need to finish my thumbnail for the Northrend Beasts video. I wanted to upload that one right at like 6 in an hour, but I think it's going to be a little bit later tonight. I'll probably just do the thumbnail after raid at this point. Well, so I'm going to do 2 boss guides per boss. One's going to be a generic, here's how to do the fight. And then the second one's going to be Shadow Priest specific. Can I share the guild's weak aura? Not yet. Maybe in like a day or 2. Right now, even if I gave you the link, it's password protected, and I'm not going to give you the link. I can share it, just not yet. Not until after progression, and then maybe like another day or 2. But yeah, I will eventually share it in videos that I make, just not immediately. But I do love our weak auras. They're pretty good. They're really freaking good, actually. Yeah, no worries, Josh. Well, the point of uploading 2 guides is that it's 2 different pieces of content. One is for people who want to like, and it's also attracting different kinds of viewers. So the boss guide, the general boss guide is just for people who want to learn the fight. The Shadow Priest boss guide is for Shadow Priests who want to like min-max their play on the fight. So that's kind of my thought on it. So it's, you could essentially consider it like a boss guide and like a parsing guide. So it's like, here's like tips and tricks to do as a Shadow Priest. And then the other one is just, oh, your raid is attempting this for the first time. Here's what you want. X tanks, X, Y healers, blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, well see, Jordy's uploading weeks before me. I'm hoping that, I don't, you know what's funny is like, nothing against Jordy, you know, really smart player. I think his guides are like, almost have like too much information. I don't think if I was learning, like for my style personally, I wouldn't watch his videos, or I would watch maybe like a quarter of them. Just because he has a lot of stuff that I think is unnecessary. So I want to make videos that are just like shorter and more concise when it comes to boss guides. So I want to differentiate what I'm making versus what he has. No, I'm not in the same guild as Jordy and Sarth. Jordy's technically our competition on the server. He's in Fusion. I'm in Welcome. Sarth, I don't think he's in that guild. I don't know if he is, honestly. He might be. I know he's in Noda, but I don't know if he has an alliance character on Benediction. Yeah, I know that Jordy will always get recommended because like his video base is more generic than mine. Mine's like very targeted to Shadow Priest, which will confuse the algorithm. If I make a video that's not targeted to Shadow Priest, it's still going to send it to Shadow Priest people. So it's like it's a hard thing where it's like I may just want like 2 YouTube channels, one that's like generic WoW content, and one that's Shadow Priest content. Which might be the way to go in like ICC or something. I think I'll see how videos do this tier and just kind of figure it out from there. But honestly, I've also been kind of lazy the last few weeks, and like my boss guides aren't done. Like ideally I'd be uploading all 5 of them tonight. And I have like 2 that are done. and they're still not even done. I still have to do some final touches to them. So it's like, I'll probably upload one today and one tomorrow, and then it'll be another few days on the others. Yeah, like the amount of rating Nota does. That's the whole reason we don't speedrun, is because it's just like the time commitment, the PTR, like unless like it's perfect for someone like Sarth, who's literally getting paid to play the game through like YouTube, Twitch, affiliate links, whatever. But like if you have like a real job and you're like a real person outside of the game, oh my God, that is a tough schedule to commit to. Yeah, I like that there's no other real Shadow Priest out there. And that's really what made me. I was just like, made me want to make this. I was like, I just feel like there's no, and like the Shadow Priest content I did see, I'm like, this, number one, this guy's wrong. Number two, I just don't really like his presentation. But presentation is something that you kind of learn as you're doing it. Like my first 10 videos are all super monotone, and like I would go back and change a lot. I want to remake my rotation video and have like a more, there's actually one dude who just made a retail Shadow Priest guide like 4 weeks ago, and it's awesome. He did such a good job with it that like I want to do something similar to that, where it's like half the length of my rotation video, but it covers rotation, it covers gearing, it covers talents, it covers like everything. And that's like an awesome video that I want to try to like recreate for Classic. I'd love to be up there with Jordy. Like I'd love for this to turn into something that I could, you know, not just make like a few dollars on the side, but actually like pay rent and stuff. That would be awesome. That would be like my dream. So that's why it's like, I think if I don't see the growth that it sucks because TOGC is such like a shitty tier. But I think ICC will be really big. I think if they do Kata right, and there's not just like a mass exodus from the game, that will be awesome for just doing like, you know, beta content, and then like putting out all the guides for Shadow, and I'd probably do like Mage and Warlock too stuff. I'd probably start branching out into that, for Kata, if they don't butcher it. Like I think they need to make some changes to the game so that people stay. But I think that like TOGC is just kind of a shit tier, which makes it a bad time to try to evaluate growth. But also when the good tiers are here, I want to make sure that I'm doing things in the best way possible. So I don't know. It'll be something I figure out over the next few weeks. So I never played Kata. You might think it's awesome. A lot of people did not. And I have no say in it. I didn't play it. I don't know. I don't know what it's like. I know the dungeons were hard. I know the raids were hard, which honestly sounds awesome to me. I love hard content. I play this game for the hard content, even though there's not much hard content, at least like relative to me and my guild. So like I'm already stoked for Kata. If they release the same game that came out before, I would be happy, but I don't think a lot of people would be. So I think that that's where they need to kind of throw the hashtag some changes out the window and go like hashtag all changes. Like we're changing this, we're changing this. We're going to have more class balancing patches. We're going to make this a true game instead of just a nostalgia trip. That's what I think they need to do with Kata. They like really need to go and like make it a real game. Right. Yeah, and I know that people have mixed feelings on Dragon Soul. And like, you know, obviously the raids are the raids and the world is the world. Like that stuff's not changing. Like they're not going to devote resources to that now, but they can change, you know, class balance. They can change like gear acquisition. They can introduce like a Mythic Plus system, which they're kind of doing with Heroic Plus, even though it's nowhere near Mythic Plus. Like there's a lot they can do with the game that they just haven't done, because they're basically just like uploading the game from 15 years ago, making it a little bit more optimized, and be like, all right, here you go. Hold on. just posting in the Shadowbreeze Discord that I am streaming. Wait, why do I hear myself now? Oh, because I opened up my stream. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, I guess like I don't mean specifically class changes. I mean like tunings where, you know, like it's really obnoxious that like when you use the final patch of Wrath of the Lich King, for example, so many classes like Warrior, for example, is balanced around having Shadowmourne and ICC, which means they really suck in Nax. So it's like there's things like that that they could have changed so that, you know, more classes were viable in Nax, and that, you know, when it comes to ICC and they might be overpowered, they then scale them back some. Like I think that's the type of tuning that they should be doing. Vera is the best healer NA. He's a god. So Vera's our holy paladin. He is a god. Just absolutely amazing. He did all the one healing when we did like one heals for fights. For like speed killing in Ulduar. Oh, fuck. Whoops. I totally just put my stream URL into /say chat. I meant to do guild. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Anyway. Have LOL #1 healer. Yeah, maybe I get. I'm probably gonna. There's probably gonna be people from Benediction that click on that and be like, "You suck" or something. Like, I don't know. I totally did not mean to do that. Somebody in guild asked if somebody was streaming, and I was like, "Here you go." But then I did /say by accident. So it is what it is. But okay, so you know, raid starts maybe like properties. That says cast. That should say less. If I could spell. There we go. All right, but I'm really excited. This should be a fun ride. So, Jick, I think that's an awesome idea. I think the problem is that they don't see Classic as like a game. They see it as like something they're maintaining. Like they're not making up. They're like the updates they're making to the game are so small that it's like they don't have a full dev team behind it. So it's like I think that's like what they need to do. They need to do something like that to make the game more just better, just different. Like as fun as it is to like revisit the game that we had before, like they need to make changes to it because a lot of the things just don't hold up in like modern times. Like whether it's the balancing, whether it's gear acquisition, I don't know, whatever it is, I think there's just a lot of like things that could be changed and that they should change. Like they should try to improve the game, not just say like, okay, here you go, Kata on the last patch, you know, 4.42 or whatever the hell it is. How many trophies are dropping? So trophies are the 245 ones. I think you get 10 in a 25-man raid and 4 in a 10-man heroic raid. I've been thinking about this. I think I'm gonna leave my comms on. I'm not gonna read chat. You guys can hear what I say. I don't think that matters. But like I'm just gonna be like making call outs for like my own stuff. But like You'll still hear me. Nothing's gonna be like, I'm not gonna be giving away anything that you won't see anyway, so. Yeah, I think like they have to know that Kata, like obviously they have to know that Kata was a huge drop off in the retail game. So like they have to make changes to keep people interested. Because if they just release the same game, it's gonna be the same thing. Like I don't think that's gonna change. No, Onyxia is not part of the race. We are doing Onyxia. Like it's still good to do her to get badges, and I think there are some like minor upgrades, or like side grades where it's like you use this until you get your BIS thing, whatever. But yeah, I mean, we will be killing Onyxia. I've never even done Onyxia. I never did it in Wrath of the Lich King, like OG original, and I never played vanilla, so I've never actually fought Onyxia. So it'll be fun. Ooh, target one item in 10 man. Well, so I guess it depends what you're going into 10 man with, Alan. Because, oh wait, hold on one second. Did everybody? Okay, never mind. Like in a BIS setup, there's nothing that's like if you're going in with a BIS Ulduar setup, there's like I think the offhand might be a small upgrade, but like that's BIS for Affliction Warlocks, so I would never take it over them. The helm is good. I think the helm is our second best. Like, essentially, if you don't have Pharaoh's gloves, oh, sorry, one second. If you don't have Pharaoh's gloves, which obviously I don't on my alt, then your tier, the best tier off piece, if you have 4-piece, 258. That's the important thing. If you have 4-piece 258 is getting the Onyxia helm, but for that to work, you need 4-piece 258. If you don't have 4-piece 258 and you're getting 245 tier, then your BIS setup is going to be something similar to what I posted in my realistic BIS. It's just you change the 258 tier to 245. So you're going to have essentially 245 tier 9 tier legs and chest or shoulders. You could do chest or shoulders. And then the other 2 tier slots here are going to be tier 8 still. And then your gloves will be Pharaoh's gloves, or, you know, if you can get gloves of the Lifeless Touch from 25 man, that's going to be your closest BIS setup if you only have 245 tier. Do you know the name of that guy / video? Which one are you talking about? Yeah, like, no, I know. If I'm doing Onyxia now, it's going to be a joke. I think during PTR, my guild cleared 25 man with 18 people. So I know it's a joke. It's kind of unfortunate. The whole deep breath thing is a huge meme. It is huge. You did 15 to 20 man Onyxia. That was a 40 man raid, right? All right, 526. We're getting close. So I guess I can say it's not less than 30 minutes, but it's close. Yeah, that's insane. That's why Classic or Vanilla was such a joke. And it's just like to me, that game doesn't seem fun. The fact that classes have 1-button rotations, and if you lose your world buffs, your damage gets fucked. I don't know. I just don't enjoy. That just seems like, I know like the world is like alive and that type of stuff, but doesn't seem like fun to me. Spend all your mites. Oh yeah, that's a thing, right? The offhand. Let's go to 5 man Onyxia. That's wild. I wonder what the fewest amount of people can do it in the Wrath version is. Yeah, so Zunal, let me... So this... So hold on. I'm going to show you. This is an Alliance BIS set. Now this is using 258 tier 9. I'm going to save this as a reference. This is using double 2-piece. So this is using 2-piece tier 9 and then 2-piece tier 8. And look at how close to BIS this sims. It might actually beat it. So like 2-piece tier, or I'm sorry, the 4-piece bonus of tier 9 is so bad that it's barely, even with the item level boost that we're getting from tier 9, like the 258 item levels, it's barely better. And I mean 1.4 DPS better than using tier 8 in these slots. So like the 4-piece is basically worthless. And you should aim, or like what I'm doing anyways, aiming to get 2-piece 258. And if you can't get 258, then just make it 245. It's basically the same set. Try to get 2-piece 245 and then just have the other 2 slots be tier 8. Can I make an argument why I deserve Reign of the Dead? I really can't. It just, I mean, I could say some BS. The problem is that it's just better on other classes, and I would say there's other items I want first. So like I could probably finagle my way into getting the first Reign of the Dead, but then I'm probably not getting the first 272 cloak. So like it's not a big enough upgrade for me to even want it. Like in coming from full BIS, it's like a, I think it depends. There's been weird updates to the sim, but it's anywhere from like a 50 to 80 DPS upgrade. I've heard both numbers and I've seen both numbers, so I'm not quite sure what it is. It's not big enough for me to want it immediately. So that's my answer to that. Sorry, I couldn't be more persuasive. Yeah, the world first comp that Beef Bar is probably running is going to be like 18 unholy DKs. They're going to kill faction champs probably a minute faster than anybody else. I think our fastest faction champs was like 2.5 minutes, and I've heard they've killed it in 1.5. So like competing with Beef Bars, it's like Beef Bars just kind of in a league of their own, honestly. Hold on. So you're saying, okay, let's go to this is my current gear. Even if surely a Trinket is bigger upgrade. Let's figure this out. So let's go Trinket in my current gear, Reign of the Unliving. Oh shit, it actually might be. It's gonna be really close. I'll say that. So that's 135 DPS. Aethos intensity. I want to change this to a red gem. Okay. So there's an argument to be made that Reign is what you want. I think the argument in favor of the cloak is that there's going to be much fewer cloaks than there are Reigns. So I think it's much more likely to get Reign if you're like 3rd or 4th prio on it than it is to get cloak if you're 3rd or 4th prio on it. So like, yes, Reign in my current gear sims higher. I think how you could also look at it is like, if you go to the BIS set, you can look at what's the DPS delta. Like if I take this down to a scale of fates, you like it could be different in a BIS setup. Like you can see, okay, so this is actually a good point. So the DPS delta before was 135 between scale and Reign, but when you get BIS gear, it's only 75 DPS. So that is pretty, that's half almost, right? That's like 60% of the value. So if I go back to Alliance BIS, and so instead of Jaina's Radiance, Let's not even go to the 258 cloak because I think that's also going to be hard. Let's go back to Sun Glimmer. I think this is fair. We'll put in a purple. See now, huge difference versus Sun Glimmer, right? So it kind of depends if you're comparing in current gear or BIS gear for the phase. So this is 150 DPS upgrade. And even if I go to, let's go to the 258 version, which I don't know what that's called. That's 258. Put a red. So this is even the 258, which is like the second best cloak you can get from the 10-man if you clear 10-man heroic if you clear with 50 attempts left. It's pretty much the same for flare versus scale. And guess what? I already have scale. I don't already have this item. So I think if you look at it from a full BIS setup and kind of don't look on the immediate impact of rain and kind of look further out, that you do want to prioritize the cloak over rain. Dude, I totally want cloak though. I'm so excited to get it first. Yeah, I mean, the simple answer, Dornan, is Simmet. Yeah, if you're one of the highest parsers in attendance, like I think it depends on how you fit into your guild. In our guild, everybody's a high parser. Everybody does pretty well. So it's like we really just try to say which class gets the best upgrade from this, but then also make sure that no single person is getting like 5 upgrades first, right? We kind of have to like spread it out. Cloaks are guaranteed from tributes, but you get 1 if you have 50 wipes or 50 attempts left. So you cannot wipe. And there's 5 different cloaks. So you have a 1 in 5 chance of getting the one you want when you clear the raid. See, so Sinchi, I think, hold on 1 second. I gotta, oh, I don't think you'll see more Jaina cloaks and Reigns. If you're on Benediction, I'll bet you like 10,000 gold starting now that's not true. Or like for my guild, I will say for the raids that I'm in, I will keep a tally. And I would bet you, it could even be 1 gold. It doesn't need to be 10,000. It could be 1 gold just as like a bet. I totally expect to see more Reigns than Janus. Because I think the thing is, if you kill Anub'arak, you always have a chance to get a rain. If you have a single wipe, but your tank DCs mid-fight, just something you can't control happens, you automatically don't get a cloak. So it's like, that's the big difference. Oh, you're on Farolina? All right, I'll do a 1 gold bet with you that I'll keep a tally. Let me like, do I have sticky notes? I'll get a pen and paper and I will literally write down, keep track. Who's getting the mount though first? So the way the mount works in 25 men is everybody gets it. So if you clear the raid without anybody dying, everybody in that raid gets a mount. I think in 10 man you might only get 1 mount. I don't really know. We don't really care about those. Invincible we'll care about when it comes time for ICC, but the TOGC mounts don't really matter. But I think we're actually very worried that we will wipe, because there's so many like our main, like we're worried right now because our main tank and GM has had a really bad unstable internet connection for like the last month or 2. So it's like we're praying that we can get 20 minutes out of his internet tonight for the raid. Yeah, like parsing. See, that's the thing is like parsing. If there's a parsing strategy for your class that like risks you dying, it's just not worth it. Anything that lowers your survivability is a bad play. Like we're not going to be doing any speed killing stuff that like we were doing in Ulduar. We're going to take the dad strats after this raid. Like this is the only raid, this progression race, where we try to push like speed killing fights because it's a race. But after that, we're going to do everything in our power to kill the bosses without wiping. Hey, welcome, Trevin. All right, what time is it? It is 5:36. So raid is in 24 minutes. Probably in about 14 minutes or so, I'll swap over to my main. That'll. Hey, man. That's awesome. Oh, I totally still have your log review to do, Kinetics. I'm so sorry about that. Not only have I been so busy, I've been so procrastinating that I don't have any excuses. I've just been so backed up with stuff that I have to do. Oh, I'm super excited for tonight. It's going to be fun. It's going to be awesome. We have one really cool strategy that I'm excited for people to see. So it's one of those you'll know it when you see it type of things. But yeah, I think we're all really excited. It should be a fun raid. Well, so Kinetics asked me to like look at his logs and try to do like a just like a basic log review. There's another guy who or I don't know, who I want to do a review of his logs and make it a video of like, hey, if you're trying to do your own log reviews, this is what you should look at type of thing. And it's just between like TOGC videos and stuff, I've just fallen so far behind and I have so much to do. So I've been a little bit lazy about that stuff. Well, not lazy. I've just been like overwhelmed. It's probably a better word for it. Super. Oh, well, thanks, Sinchi. Glad you joined. Yeah, I mean, number one thing, dot uptime, maximizing your global cooldowns. One of the things, like I started on that preliminary video of like reviewing the other guys' logs, but one of the things that I realized is that like my whole thing is it's really hard to compare yourself to others because you need to find somebody who has the same item level, someone who's raid, like their kill times are about the same because those factors are going to play a lot into somebody's performance. And then I was looking and like even for his item level, his gear is like pretty subpar. So then I was like, oh, this is like a more complicated video than I thought because it's not just about like, are you casting spells in the right order? It's like your spells are hitting for a lot less or critting for a lot less because you might have like an item level of 232, but the items you have are really bad compared to like what a BIS item level 232 setup looks like. So it's like there's a lot of things where it's like I think it's more than logs. It's like, okay, now did you sim your character? Did you try to find the best upgrades that are reasonable? And that type of stuff. Oh yeah, totally. Totally teaching people how to, fish instead of just giving them a fish. Sometimes it's easier just to give them a fish. I mean, it's pretty much always easier. But yeah, that's why I want to make that video. I think it'll be really useful. And the thing is, it's always going to be applicable. Even if you looked at it in kata, the metrics you might be looking at will be different. But like the idea remains the same. Like look at your dot uptime. Try to find someone who has a similar item level and kill time to you. Look at what they're doing. All that type of stuff. Oh, you started playing 6 weeks ago feeling black. Honestly, all three of those things are massively important. And it's almost impossible to say which one is more important. I would say gear is really important, but like if you have full BIS and you do a fight and it takes 1 minute and you take that same person and put him in a different raid and it takes 5 minutes, it's going to be wildly different DPS numbers. So it's like the group you're with is extremely important. The buffs you have like from your group are extremely important. Your own gear is extremely important. Well, rotation's important. Shadow Priest specifically is a class that the longer the fight is, the further they fall off. So short fights really benefit Shadow a lot more than other classes, specifically because Shadow doesn't have big cooldowns or an execute. So like Fire Mages and Warlocks get bonus damage when the boss gets below 35% or 25% for Affliction, which Shadow doesn't have, which means their damage ramps back up towards the end of the fight, but ours just keeps going down because now we don't have Lust, we don't have a potion probably. We're probably not going to get another Shadow Fiend. It's like we're just doing our rotation without any of the buffs that or any of the things that we had at the start of the fight that gave us a ton of DPS. All right, I am going to do a quick bathroom break before we start and then log on my main real soon. So I'll just be right back. All right. Almost raid time. I guess I can change this. It's now about 17 minutes instead of 40. Less than. But yeah, Shadow is a class that just falls off really hard on longer fights. So especially if you're someone who's new, there's a lot to learn about how to like maximize Shadow's damage, and some of it's out of your control, which is unfortunate. No, I don't precast Mind Blast. Two reasons why. One, I'm just so used to precasting VT. You mean you don't just press Mind Play? I'm so used to precasting VT that I just kind of forget about Mind Blast. Number two is that it is a DPS loss in my current gear to precast Mind Blast. So the thing about precasting Mind Blast is it really depends on your sim settings. The problem with precasting Mind Blast, so like if I go back to sim, hold on, let me bring up the sim real quick. So like if you go into your settings, I have my settings so that lust is at 3 seconds into the fight. If you move this to 1, Mind Blast becomes a much bigger deal to precast, because when you first cast Vampiric Touch, it'll land after this lust is cast. So the sim's going to assume your first Vampiric Touch is lusted if you have lust at 1 second. Okay, wait, that went the wrong direction. What happened there? Why was that so much? Oh, it's because I have Shadow Fiend not get lusted. Never mind. I messed that up. I should put this at like 0 or something. But I guess my point is that I just don't want to forget that I've changed these. Your timings of cooldowns is really important when it comes to precasting, because basically Mind Blast first means your VT is going to land 1 second into the fight. So if you've your lust set to 1 second, then that VT is going to be hasted because of lust. If it's at 3, it's not going to be. And that's why Mind Blast can sometimes sim higher as your precast. So you have to be careful with cooldowns, because those can kind of get in the way of whether something is actually better. That's why I don't like, so the sim competition that the Shadow Priest Discord did, they had lust at 1 second into the fight, which I don't agree with, because I think on a lot of fights it's usually 2 to 3 seconds in, and that might seem like a minor detail, but it can play a part into which precast is better. Fire Mage sims have like 3.5k variance for Torment the Weak. Do they really? Jesus. I play Fire Mage as like an alt. It's actually going to be my like raid alt, so I'm going to be playing it more than I was before. But all I know is I hit the Pyroblast button when it tells me to. That's about it. But I do play Torment the Weak. I don't play Frostfire Bolt. But so, Kevin, the funny thing about just pressing Mind Flay is like in a lot of my videos I talk about like ABCs, always be casting. If you literally, like, obviously dots are super important, but like in between your dots, if you're just maximizing the amount of Mind Flays you're getting, your damage will be pretty good. Like, that's really important. So there's something to be said about always casting Mind Flay. If you're doing it right, it's actually really good for your damage, obviously. Yes, it tells you. Thought about having, what's AF? I don't know what AF is. Lucas, if you could tell me AF for improved imp and 2 points, absolute focus. Do you mean inner focus? What is, I don't know what what's absolute focus? For improved imp and 2 points. Giving it up? Well, I always have it. So what would you give it up for? Inner focus. For improved imp and 2 points into mana regen while casting. Well, you always want to have 3 points into mana regen. So meditation. If you remove this, your mana regen is going to be really bad. Sorry, Kevin. What did you say? How about a VTDP Mind Blast, Shadow Fiend, Lust? Is the haste from Mind Blast also added to your... No, so the only stat that benefits Shadow Fiend on your character is spell power. So the Shadow Fiend doesn't take your haste. It only gets haste from Bloodlust if you cast it first, because then the Bloodlust is applied to the Shadow Fiend after it's already active. But if you have Bloodlust on yourself and then you cast Shadow Fiend, you're not going to get it, or it's not going to get it. So it doesn't take any haste values that you have on your character. It's only taking your spell power, which is going to affect how hard it hits. And even that conversion, that ratio is pretty bad. So like maximizing your damage with Shadow Fiend isn't super important outside of making sure you cast it just before Lust. Oh yeah, 10 minutes. All right, yeah, but it's just to reiterate, when the raid starts, I'm not going to be looking at chat. You'll still be able to hear me, but I'm going to be focused. Yeah, 10 minutes of Winter Grasp. Oh yeah, we're going to do Winter Grasp first, actually. We thought it'd be a fun little group activity before the raid. Shadow Priests are kind of off wild magic. I don't know if it's worth on twins. Like, I'm gonna use it on twins as my pre-pop. I don't know if that's better, but that's because I'm snapshotting my Shadow Word Pain onto the other twin, and then I'm swapping my my aura that I have to then attack the other but keep refreshing. What's up, Kev? So it's yeah, no, I got some on my main, thanks. Don't worry, I'll use them on my main. I don't have any on this guy, that's just my alt, but thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, your gear score is bonkers, by the way. You have a Valkyr, right? Yeah, Valkyr, Show of Faith. Ooh, wait, hold on, that reminds me. I think I might have add-ons I want to turn off. I don't have Questy. Oh, I want to turn off Auctionator. I am leaving Bigwigs, Atlas, Addy Bags. I can turn off Decursive. Twitch emotes. WoW Instant Messenger. I'm going to turn that off. All Sims export WoW Quest. Okay. Oh, everything's full Abyss? Oh, that must be nice. I mean, I'm 1 item off of phase 2 Abyss, so I can't complain too much. Yeah, well, so even on a 3-minute fight now in this Old War gear, haste is better, according to the sim. And all right, I'm gonna switch over. My buffs will tick down a little bit, but that's okay. I'd rather be on. We have our own weak org, so I'm not using Foji or Thames. Or you know what? I might just... Let me refresh my buffs. Oh my god, look at this. Massive people. Oh yeah, let me here you go. Where's my savers? Here you go. Now I don't look like a Draenei anymore. Nice little ninja. Oh, it doesn't? Oh no, it saved. Yeah, it totally saved. Yeah, I'm using Shadowward Pain for the first few fights. So here it is, Glyph of Shadowward Pain. Yeah, so we knew about the Triumph badges times 10. Unfortunately, by the time I never handed in the sigils. By the time my raid happened, they had already fixed it. Yeah, so I'll do Seer for Anub, and then I kind of have a different set for faction champs. So this I'm using Dispersion, Mass Dispel, and Glyph of Shadow. All right, get a good stretch in. Oh man. It's funny, I bought a sandwich that I was gonna eat like an hour ago, and I think I'm just like so amped up that I forgot about it. It's alright, I'm not hungry. It's happening. That's a good call. 54 right now. All right, I'm gonna start ignoring chat. Oh, good luck, Lucas. Starting in 5. To the right of the portal. Oh. I'll drop a feast as soon as we enter the raid too. Oh. That is not someone in my guild. Gotta change this music up. This isn't raiding music. This stupid DMCA crap. Alrighty. This is our fun secret tech, by the way. So we'll be using that on Anub. Oh, fuck. Remove text. You're right. You're right. Cool, cool. Thanks for the reminder. Oh man, it's like, how do you... Backing out of this thing is... This is insane. Oh, I can do it. I can trade you some. Here's Agora. Are you phased from us? Oh, okay. Alright, 557. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Go watch the VOD. Or like good luck in your raid. Watch the VOD. See how it goes. Oh my god, backing out of this door is a nightmare. No, I don't rebind Fortitude. I click all my buffs. There's arguments for either, I think. Let's get it. Come on. 5:58. 2 minutes. Correct gear. Correct spec. Everybody double check. I am. Not. Don't be in your PvP specs. Shadow, Mind Flay, Shadow Word Pain. Everything that I need. Got my missing one item full bis set from phase 2. Make sure I'm using my bombs. I gotta switch these Devouring Plagues. Because one of them is a macro that has Serenite bombs in them.
Pants on the ground.
$5.59. Oh my god. And every time I see the loading screen, I'm like, is it working? Is it working? Dude, mom spaghetti. My palms are sweaty. Palms are very sweaty. Look. Ooh, someone DC'd. Trying to zone in. Yo, let's go, Crix. Good luck to you guys. Good luck. Super excited for this shit. Oh. Nope, not yet, not yet, not yet. Three and a half? Was it 5? Oh, never mind. Oh, man. Mine says 6. People are inside. It's up, it's up, it's up. All right, we're going. We're loading. Let's get it. Shop it. There's a feast up front, or in there. People missing buffs. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Oh, baby. Yeah, take a look at how awesome our weak cores are, by the way. We have one dude who's like a software engineer, and he is a god. I think DKs are coming to me where I'm standing. I'll be right outside range. Oh, I'm not even going to worry about pre-potting on this fight. It's just not worth it. I'm going to use a flame cap because that's going to buff my Shadow Fiend. Fuck, I didn't realize I did a 3-minute cooldown. That might have been wrong. Whatever. We'll see. Bouncy. Oh shit, that thing's dying fast. That's awesome. Hell yeah. On melee.
Pants on the ground.
Remember, spread ranged. I think it's stunned. It's not running to me. Submerge in 10. Pop off. You always want to refresh dots before they submerge. I'm saying that to stream, not to raid. Just so you guys know. Dots still tick while they're underground. Oh, perfect. He dies underground. This guy doesn't get enraged. Oh, fuck. Maybe they fixed it. Oh. That used to be the case. All right. Let's fucking go. Oh, fuck. Why is my character sheet open? Range to spread out. Don't want to get frozen here. We don't want a lot of people frozen. I'm gonna refresh that in case I do get frozen. Ferocious butt. Refresh. Oh. Procs. Fuck yeah, let's go. Take your loot. Here be blue. Someone needed investments, good. Okay. Okay. Alright, we got some time. That hero was on purpose. We found if we heroed after he charged, we would kill him with hero still on. So by doing it early, we just get a little bit extra time with hero. Like we would kill him with like 10 seconds left on hero. Yeah, the FPS drops, I have no idea. Like it's been inconsistently in raids. Raid and I'll drop it down one. Wow, that's a terrible spot. Yeah, he'll get stunned mid-room if he targets like a rogue or somebody who's bopped. If he targets someone in the middle of the room, he will only charge to that spot, and then he'll get stunned there. So that happens. It actually happens in the video that I was going to upload of this guy. Jaraxxus pull. Stay spread, people. Stay spread. Might be a second early. Oh my god, fuck. That range just...
Four.
Bro, bouncy. Fucking get it. Look at that damage. Oh, bomb at the ground. PvP spec. Ship of faith, fuck it. Oh, come on, do this RP. Oh, I need VE. Let's go, motherfuckers. Where you at? Where you at? Leandra Pally. Oh. Oh fuck, interrupted. Oh, there's so much shit on these frames. What the fuck?
Focus.
It's dead.
Dispel.
Focus.
Totem.
Focus. Focus.
Totem, totem. Oh my god, kill, fucking. Kill, he's to kill him.
Focus.
Fuck yeah, okay. Oh, wow.
Dispel.
Death Knight's highest.
Dispel.
Oh, the skull wasn't showing up. Fuck, I was missing some. Okay, that was a little bit longer than we wanted it to be. This song's annoying. Yeah, that weak Oro, I told you our guy made. He's awesome.
Focus.
Together will you overcome the final challenge? From the depths of Icecrown comes the Scourge's most powerful lieutenant. Get hot to the next king.
No pre-pop. Oh fuck, I'm tagging the wrong one.
Interrupt.
Fuck. Dark Vortex.
Defensive.
Oh, my Shadowy Pain fell off the other target. Whatever. Don't care. Gotta kill this fucker. Fuck yeah, let's go. All right. Whew. Oh, and we have don't forget, we got a fun tech too for a noob. Heart's racing. Oh man. No, you can attack him. You can. I was fucking running into him like Apple. Timer doesn't matter to me. Let's fucking go, baby. Oh fuck! I forgot to switch. Okay. I'm not AoEing, I forgot to swap my Glyph.
Interrupt.
I don't think it's worth mind searing without it. I want to kill the boss fast. Well, okay, don't do what I just did. This is just a single target fight for me now. I would forget this sometimes during PTR too, so kind of unfortunate.
Focus. Nice.
Now, dots don't keep ticking on him when he goes under, so there's no point to really... So if you're trying to parse, don't do what I'm doing. Going through middle. There's another one floating.
Focus.
Yeah, it's floating. It's... It's doing this for mana. I'm just not going to bother AoEing. It's not worth it. 37. Balloon.
Interrupt.
Lust, but okay. Second Lust if you can.
Focus. Addons.
Interrupt.
Those interrupts out.
Addons.
We got this, we got this. Nerd Screams, baby. Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh. What is it? Grand Crusaders. Did I get any loot? Ooh, Misery's End. That's mine. Let's go. Oh, Fusion got it too. Same thing as Sartharian. Well, grats Fusion. Grats Fusion. Ooh. Wow, all Vanquisher tokens. It's actually really good. Vanquishers. We need this. Yeah, server first. We beat Fusion by like 20 seconds. They still got titles. They still got titles. Because there's like a minute window after killing it, but... I mean, for a pure single target fight for me, that's not that bad. I didn't use Mind Seer at all. Yeah. Thank you. That was awesome. We were 8th world, I think. Who did? Oh, so the top 3 guilds skipped phase 2 on Anub. I didn't use Mind Seer because I forgot to swap my Glyph. I was using Glyph of Shadow Word Pain instead of Glyph of Mind Seer. So like my Mind Seer didn't have a big radius, so I would have hit like an add or 2 and the boss. So it was better just to focus on the boss and let everybody else cleave the adds. Fusion got it in 2 different raids. That's kind of cool. I mean, that's not stupid. I mean, good for them, but. Whew. Yeah, it's totally not worth mind searing there. That was my fault. I think it probably helps us kill the boss. Like, as long as the adds still die, it's fine, because I'm doing more dart damage. Oh, what's the other guild that you're thinking of? Do we have a loot session? All right, on to Onyxia. So, 10 world, is that what it is now? I heard we were getting bumped down a little bit as people are uploading logs. So with the Mind Seer Glyph, it would have been the same thing I was doing, but instead of mind flaying the boss, you would have been mind searing one of the adds. Because then if it's one of the adds that's standing on the boss, it'll hit the other 3 adds and the boss. All right, Portal to Theramore. Oh, Fusion? Yeah, we beat... Well, so what's funny is, so we beat Fusion by 20 seconds. Apparently, they had 2 raids run, and they both finished within a minute of our time, which means both of their raids get the Grand Crusader title for Realm First, which is, you know, good for them. Doggy, okay. All right, well, so can we get that targeting weak aura now? Maybe in like a day or 2. Where, I don't even, It's all the way like down here. Oh, it's literally right there. Why can I not? Can I only cast this on myself? I don't know. So the secret tech for a noob was using Light of Balloon. So at 30%, he starts draining health from everybody in the raid. But this makes you immune. So essentially, he'll still drain your health once it falls off, but for 10 seconds, you just ignore the fact that he's draining you. And it just makes the kill that much faster. So that was the secret tech on a noob. Wait, how the agility one. Oh, you can't levitate mounted targets? Oh, well, sucks for them. I mean, he's not moving too much slower than me. Okay, so the item Light of Balloon. It's something you can only get as Alliance. And it's like a level, like, I don't know, like 10 quest or something in like Elwyn Forest. I have no idea. I forget. I did it a while ago. But it makes you immune to all damage for 10 seconds. So if you use it at 30% when a noob's like leeching swarm from you, how the fuck do you get down there? It was probably better to fly here, right? That would have made sense. For 10 seconds, he's not using his leeching swarm because everybody in the raid is immune to damage. So it essentially gives you 10 seconds free of him not stealing your health. So that's the point of the tech. That's what we were going for. I feel like we should have lusted phase 1 now to try to push that timer to beat phase 2. Really? Nobody's within 2 minutes of progress in beef bar, apparently. But now we're thinking, like, should we have lusted phase 1 to skip phase 2, and then we could have been, like, probably 3rd in the world? But it's okay. That was still... When did you lust on Beast? So it's funny. This is actually something I'll talk about in my Beast videos when I post that video. We lusted on Ice Hell. We found it's faster to kill the boss if you... I'm coming. It's faster to kill the boss if you lust on Ice Hell as opposed to Jormungers. Even though the Jormungers are more dangerous, like in my boss video, I'm recommending to lust on the Jormungers. But it's faster to kill it by lusting on Ice Hell if you skip a second massive crash where he like throws you against the wall and you get stunned. Oh, did progress beat beef bar? Yeah, we did. We got 4 Vanquisher chests too. Which is, I mean, we have 5 DKs to gear out. So. Oh, when do you lust on Ice Hell? You lust on Ice Hell. So it depends on your raid's DPS. That's kind of the thing for us. So we lusted before he sent everybody against the wall, which seems counterintuitive because you're stuck against the wall while you've lust on, right? But what we found is we would lust after that during PTR, but then we would kill him. We would kill him when we still had 10 seconds left on our lust. So we lusted before that happened, which allowed everybody to get set up. Like, so we didn't have to like lust during, and it's like you could basically set up your dots or whatever it is on him with lust before that whole thing happens, because we had extra time on lust. Sorry if I'm a little like scatterbrained right now. That was a rush, a 20-minute rush. Oh, but I got a weapon. Hey, I wish I had wait, what? How do I? You can jump here. I've never been here. I wish I had an enchant for this or something ready, but beef bar used 28 characters. I mean, it makes sense. I think like there's a big difference between top like 2-3 world and like top 10 with like the strategies that they were using, I'm sure. But that was sick. That was fun. It's a super quick raid if you don't wipe. Yeah, so Andreas Olsen, going back to your comment, you do maintain dots on a noob if you mindsear the ad. So it's like you're doing your full. So it's the same thing that I was doing, except you're just replacing mindflay with mindseer on the ads. So that way you're hitting the ads, you're hitting the boss with mindseer, but then you're also maintaining your dots. Because the point is to maintain as much damage to a noob as possible. Wait, so Beef Bar, they were 1 minute and 30 seconds faster than us on champs. That's wild. They probably had like 15 unholy DKs. That's probably what they did. Fuck, that was sick. That was fun. Oh my god, I love progression raids. I can't wait for ICC. That's gonna be so much fun. This was enjoyable, but like, it was too short. I'm like so amped up and it wasn't long enough. Oh, now people are dying. So Andreas, that's a good question. It probably is, but I don't know the threshold. Like, what I mean by that is it only happens, you only get the spirit buff when you crit, and you only get it on 50% of your crits. So like, there's probably some calculation where it's like, if you get the buff in less than I'm making up a number, but if you get it in less than 3 seconds, if you get the buff within 3 seconds of channeling Mindflay, then it's probably worth it. But if it takes too long, then it's not worth it. I think someone smarter than me would have to do some math to figure out when that would be. Progress zoned out and reset to skip RP. Yeah, that's what they're talking about in Discord. Is that they skipped RP somehow. But that was fun. That was good. I want to know if people who like of raids that didn't skip anything, like how do we compare to those guys? You know, like, basically of the dad guilds that are in like the top 10 world, like did people still beat us because they did fights faster? How does this fight work? I've never done this fight ever in my life, in classic, in wrath. Oh. I don't have that ability, sorry. Don't get tail swipe, yeah. I got tail swipe. The Onyxia wipe video. Yeah, I think I need some help right now. Oh no. I'm dead. Alright, well. Many whelps. That's what they were saying. I don't know. I got it, Riz. How do we not get deep breath? What do we do? Hey, I mean, I died. Seems like a hard fight, right? Like, handle it. Is that what that's from? Yeah, apparently I'm missing some memes about this fight. Bellowing roar. Oh. I'm gonna fear ward myself. Bro, my parse on this fight's gonna suck. Oh, I'm gonna get tail swipe. I should move. Watch party. Yeah, I'll do that. If someone wants to link the video in chat, we can watch it after this. I'm gonna run out of mana. Dude, this is a hard fight. I died. I'm about to go Like, how do people kill this? I mean, obviously we're gonna kill it, but we did it, guys. Oh, is this the fun offhand? Somebody's talking. Oh, the sack of gems, which is worthless because gems are... Oh no, so I know the minus 50 DKP and I know Leroy. Is there a special Onyxia one? Or is that like minus 50 DKP? Are we just all needing? I'm gonna need on this. Fuck it, why not? I don't think I want that. Alright, well, we did it. We cleared the other raid too. Damn, we are good at this game. The loot roll add-on, that's just from LVUI. So, like, if you use LVUI, you just use their loot roll function, and that's what mine is. Yeah, phase 3 is over. Come back in 3 months for ICC. Yeah, doing PTR helps a lot. Towards the end of PTRs, I think we did about 45 clears of TOGC on PTR between the 2 different weekends. And of the last 10, I think like 7 or 8 of them had 50 attempts remaining. So like we got very good at the fights. Yeah, back to Old War. We're going to Old War now? Joking. Yeah, what does the Onyxia give? The head? Oh, someone already linked it. Well, that's awful. That's garbage. That's all garbage. Okay. I don't want it. Yeah, rip parse. I mean, whatever. I don't think Onyxia parses is what people are going to care about. The class items, yeah, well, we got the mage helm, and we got this thing, which is kind of cool. I don't know. Does somebody need that? Oh, I got to go do officer things, so I'll be right back. I might need to turn off my screen. I definitely need to mute myself. Hold on, let me mute myself. Sorry, I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. We're just doing some loot stuff. We're like almost done. We had a lot of loot figured out beforehand. It's just some like tier token stuff.
You honor me.
All right, we're just about done. Figure I can unmute now. Just figuring out the like final tier tokens. It's hard. Like people are offline, and it's like well, we should give it to this person, but they're not online anymore. Where? Oh, he's finally. We were all in different phases too. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing about like logging until ICC. The funny thing is like we barely gain any damage. Most classes barely gain any damage. Like obviously it's worth it to get like a 10% upgrade, but like you would be perfectly fine going into ICC with the gear we have now. Yeah, I got one token, so probably get my 2-piece next week. Oh, how are we doing tier tokens? Still think Schmidt should get all 4. I mean, it's really good for Unholy. We want to get everybody 2. And the idea was spreading them out. So like we gave our 258s to 4 different people. So they each got 1. The idea is that after today, well, we're going to do 10 mans in a bit too. You'll have enough emblems to buy a 245 piece. So anybody who got it, one of the 258s is also going to get one of the trophies so that they can buy their 2-piece. Because we don't want to give too many 258s to any one person yet. We want to try to get everybody their 2-piece of 258, and then we're going to start doing 4 pieces after. So that's what we're attempting anyway. Obviously RNG is going to play a factor now. We got 4 bank tokens, so who knows how many Conqueror and Protectors we'll get. Although Protector is like, who cares? Conqueror is an important one. Yeah, that's the raid. Hopefully you guys crush it like we did whenever you get in there, if you haven't already. Yeah, I mean, you get your all 4 the first day, which I'm sure that there will be some guilds who do that if they get those kind of drops. Like, obviously, it's incredible for Unholy, so that would be a good candidate. But the thing is, who knows how good Unholies are going to be in ICC? So that's the other thing we're considering is like, who are we going to be bringing to Prague for ICC? Because that's the most important thing for loot right now. It might be the best upgrade on Unholy, but who knows if we'll be giving them 4 pieces each. Because they might not be a class that we want to stack into ICC. Yeah, no problem, B. Yeah, so we're done. I'm doing a 10-man in about an hour, but I'm just kind of hanging out till then. So, you know, we can chat about anything. I'll just keep streaming. No reason not to, but I'll just be like sitting in Dalaran. So if you guys want to chat about anything for the raid, you know, feel free, ask questions. But I'm done for now. Video time. Oh yeah, you wanna do you know what it's called? Do you have a link to it? Oh. I play Shadow because it's obviously the best class. No, obviously it's not. I really enjoy it. So like, it's definitely not better than Affliction. Like that much is true, at least DPS wise. So it's funny. So when I played Original Wrath, I mained a mage, and I was really bad. Like I was very bad at the game. But I hated the fact that so much of my DPS was contingent upon critting, and it was random. It's like, hey, if you get a bunch of crits in a row, you get hot streaks, you do a ton of damage. And if you don't, like even if you have 50% crit, you could crit every other spell, which means you're never going to get a hot streak proc. So that's still true today. It's just people are better, and you know, I sucked back then. Anyway, I played Shadow for the first time towards the end of that expansion, and I loved it. Like my DPS was really good, despite like, okay, doggy, hold on one second. Sorry, dog barking. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I fell in love with Shadow because like my damage is really consistent just with dots, with mind play. Obviously crit play is a factor, but it's nowhere near as important as on a fire mage. Then I quit the game for a while, came back during Legion, and in Legion, Shadow is the most fun thing I've ever played in my life. So because of that, I played Shadow in retail for like 6 years, and then wanted to play it here. So like I've played Shadow as my main for like 6 years in the game, and I'm just so familiar with it that like I'm gonna play this way better, and I just enjoy it way more than Warlock. Like Warlock's very like slow and methodical, whereas Shadow's kind of chaotic, and it's like, especially as you get more haste and you have procs going, it's like, it's moving very fast. And that's because you have Mind Flay as your filler instead of Shadow Bolt. Like Shadow Bolt's like a 2-second cast, takes a while, you just kind of sit there. Mind Flay, since it ticks so often and you can like clip it, there's so many more things that you can do. All right, we're done with loot. I can take that off. Cool.
Are you ready?
Enjoy our titles. Oh, so what other guilds realize is you can reset the long RPs by running out and resetting the instance. So I'm reading our Discord chat. So that's like, that's how people save so much times. Wow. So it's funny, I'm like not really an alt person. I love just having my main character. But like, it's funny, like this game's so much different than retail. Like in retail, it's a lot of effort. Like it's not so much in Dragonflight, but like in past expansions, every character takes so much effort that like having more than one is like a full-time job. But like here, it's super easy. Like you can pay for a boost, you know, have it be level 70. Or if you don't have those, you can literally just pay for people to boost it in dungeons. So it's like super AFK to level if you have the gold to do it, or, you know, it's pretty quick to level. And then getting gear is super fast if you just like in one of my raids, I could level up an 80 tomorrow, hop into an Old War or TOGC and be like 5k gear score in like 2 days. But that's why, I mean, I have 4 characters, but that's not, I don't really care about the other 3. This is the only character I care about. Look at Trial of the Crusader. Wait, whose greed is good? This is wrong, right? 550. So what screwed us is our faction champs kill. So we were top alliance, which, you know, a little bit cope. Oh, wow, we got beat by a lot of US. Yeah, I think so. Our slow faction champs is what hurt us. Or wait. Yes. Why are my reports not showing up? Yeah, greed is good. They've crushed it. Holy crap. So our faction champs was 3.5 minutes. I think our best kill on PTR was 2.5. Like my damage sucked. I know that. I kind of like fucked up with my raid frames. I feel like our unholies were a lot higher. Like it should have been like 5 red up at the top. Like so, okay, so that was a 330 kill. Like if we just look at who above us, Yeah, they were a minute faster than us on faction champs. So that's like, they were a minute faster than us on faction champs, and they beat us by 3 seconds. So like if we subtract a minute, we're at 22:19. We are 9th, just behind overclock. If we didn't suck on that fight. So that was a big pain point for us. For ICC tier, I think will be really high prio. So the thing is, it's really good for warlocks too. Affliction, I think they gain like 10% DPS, which it's probably roughly similar to what Shadow gets. I think Shadow probably gets a little bit more. But if you think about how bad this tier is for us, I think that'll sway a lot of people, a lot of like loot councils, if that's how you do it, to say, okay, well, Shadow basically didn't get their 4-piece, or they didn't get any tier. Let's prio them now. I think that's how it would go, but it's insanely good for us. It's around 1500 to 2000 DPS, and I think what's it called? Afflictions is a straight 10% damage upgrade. So if we're doing around 15k damage, 15k DPS in full bis, it's roughly 1500 DPS that they'll gain from it. So it's kind of similar, but I think ours is still going to be better for us. So we should be able to get top prio on tier 10. Yeah, dropping Mind Blast entirely is definitely less fun. Depending on your guild, it might not be dropped entirely. Like I think that there are niche circumstances when it's a DPS upgrade to cast it, but also like I'm gonna have to maintain replenishment for my guild, so at the very least I'll be casting it once every 15 seconds. So that's one thing to take into account. But that kind of depends on fight length. If we don't need mana and it's a DPS downgrade for me to do it, then I won't. But I think Lanello is going to do some math on that in the Shadow Priest Discord, so we'll have an answer probably in the next month or two. And I'm sure he'll like put out some fancy charts telling us when we should do it and when we shouldn't. So it's funny you mentioned speed, because like I don't think that's worth it at all this phase. The fact that like wiping can completely ruin your chance of, like, unless you have full bis for like your 25 progression raiders who are going into ICC, I just don't think speed running is a thing. I don't think Noda's speed running this phase at all. Speed killing, which is what we did, so just how fast can you kill a boss, like we're not doing that anymore because it's too risky. You do risky strategies where you like 1 heal or 0 heal a fight, but that's just not worth it if you're gonna risk losing a cloak. Oh, I should go enchant my mace. I don't even know how to use this, by the way. I need to find some hits somewhere. That'll be interesting. Yeah, so like replenishment's the one reason why you would cast Mind Blast even if it's a DPS downgrade. I wonder, do we have... Should go check the guild bank. We might have enchants, so I don't need to buy any. Where can I get hit? That's the question. I wonder how Dying Curse would be. Are they? Apparently we're getting a bunch of recruitment messages. After a race happens, you always get a bunch. Yeah, dude, they crushed it. Titanium weapon chain. Yeah, that's what I want to put on this thing. I want to put our voices side by side and hear it. They're saying someone in our Discord sounds like me. Officer there. But yeah, that's the raid. I don't even know what to do now. I got an hour to kill until 10 man. Whoops, I just sent a DM to the wrong person. My hit's so low because I just swapped out my Star Shard. Because I got Misery's End. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is what's the best way to... Like, is this even a DPS upgrade right now to use as I figure out my hit? Yeah, maybe Pulsar gloves or the belt. Those are good options. I have them. Hey, thanks, Trevin. Thanks, man. It was a good raid. I mean, it was over way too fast. All right, cool. Shimmering. Yeah, I also have Shimmering Seal. That's what I was thinking. I'm taking an enchant out of the bank. Oh, it was very clean. Outside of faction champs, I think that was like our best kills. Oh wait, where's Misery's End? There we go. Yeah, I also... Oh, that's actually a good call. I do have that cloak. I got all the hit items. Because, like, I knew that hit was going to be such a pain in the ass to manage. Does this work? No. Mortal Downfall. Shimmering Seal. I got all these fucking things in here. What was the other one? The belt? I don't think the belt will be... I think that's too low of an item level, but I can still try it. I forget what it's called. Maybe... How do you spell waste? This one, Ancient Power. Alright, let's do some simming. Alright, Misery's End. 5,000 takes too long. I don't have patience for that. What do I lose? Okay, so I actually don't lose too much. I think Mortal Downfall is probably the best. What if I put a yellow? Whoa, wait. Oh, did I lose my other blue? That sucks. Okay, so then let's do this. Nope. I mean, I could just put it, like, I don't need the bonus. Okay, that's 21 DPS. It's actually pretty crappy. Let's go back. Barrows. Let's go to Pulsar. Oh, wait. Change weapon. Duh. Okay, that's a downgrade. Ancient Power. I was like, what is this one called? Purified. Again, forgot the weapon. Doing a bad job with this. Nope. That's a downgrade. Dude, I need hit. Nebula's worse. I'm pretty sure of them. What's the ring called? Shimmering Seal? Ooh, that looks like the best option so far. All right, 40 DPS upgrade, Shimmering Seal. That's the winner. Dude, the new emblem Trinket. The thing is such garbage. There's like a sheet that one of the guys in the Shadow Priest Discord made that like ranks all the items together, and I helped him out with that. And I was like, we honestly should not include this trinket because if anybody buys it, I just feel so bad for them. It's such crap. All right, so Shimmering Seal instead of Nebula Band is the play. I need a red gem. Where's my where's my bank? I don't know if I have any on. I think I only have a purple. I sent it to my other character. Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna gem it. My other character is a jewel crafter, so I'll just buy the gem on him and then gem it. What, I got a purple? Ruined. All right, cool. Nice solid 40 DPS upgrade. I'm surprised it's so low, but I'm like so strapped for hit right now. Oh, you mean gemming for hit? I think I'm a little too far away because so the 20 hit gems are really bad to use. So I would need like, what, 3 or 4? How much hit does this get? 44. So I'd need like 4 yellow hit gems. Usually it's a DPS downgrade if you have to do, like 3 is kind of the limit. I've done a lot of simming. Usually like 3 is the limit where that's like generally the most like veiled, like the hit haste, or I'm sorry, the hit spell power gems you can use before it's like a really bad DPS downgrade. So I think this is probably better for now. I wonder if we should have considered pushing phase 1 with Lust just because we have so much more damage than we did on PTR. Fair. Yeah, so the idea with the door strat for Twin Valks, it's pretty much the same that it was on PTR if you did it there, or if you saw people doing it. The idea is you waste time changing colors. Oh, I can. Oh, wait. Is Fiend here? Wait, we got the bracer pattern. You're right. I want to try to go grab those. No. Let me message him. I saw he picked them up. I was gonna need them, but I figured I didn't want to like ninja something that we didn't talk about, even though. But yeah, I'm totally making those bracers. Do you still have the bracer recipe? But that's a good call. Totally want to go make those. Those are like a really solid upgrade. I think they're like 80 DPS. I was simming them before the raid. But it'll be nice to replace these stupid things. Yeah, I'm really surprised Seal beat out Drape too. Because like same item level. I mean, this is the same item level as Nebula, but like, you know, this is losing haste and crit in favor of Spirit, while this one is just losing haste in terms of crit. Or haste and Spirit for crit. But Shadow's weird. It's like you want to incrementally increase haste and crit simultaneously. Like if you have too much crit, its value starts to fall off pretty quickly, the diminishing returns on it. Kind of scale up if you have too much crit relative to haste. So that's probably why. But I don't know. Really interesting. How much? I wonder how much are those Crusader orbs going for? Yeah, so my plan for Anub was to swap on the Mindseer Glyph instead of Shadow Word Pain. I completely forgot. I was just so focused on my boots that I just forgot. So you don't keep all 4 ads dotted. You put a single Vampiric Touch on as they run in. Once they're all grouped up, you want to... And, you know, something I did notice is that, yeah, I'm doing a 10-man in about 40 minutes. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yeah, we had some, like, awkward spacings for 10-man, so there's some groups going now. But there were... I think just like how the groups fell. I'm in the second set of groups. Those are... Wait, the orbs cost 3 side reels? Are you talking about... Is that the new orb or the old orb? Crusader orb. Oh, interesting. That's so cheap. That's so cool. How many is it for the bracers? That's the question. I'm gonna miss Light of Balloon. I gotta go get on my other characters now. Yeah, I'm totally gonna buy one of these with my side reels. Because I have 4, just from helping other people. Let me see, what are they called? Bejeweled Wizards? If I could spell. Pattern. Oh, I need 4 Crusader orbs. Okay, we'll go see what they cost. I have plenty of gold. We got a pattern, so I'm totally going to make them for myself if I can get that pattern. It's just, I think the guy who has them is AFK right now. That's not bad. I mean, kind of pricey, but... I personally don't have the pattern, but our guild got it in the raid. I just didn't pick it up. One of the GMs did in the guild. One of the... I'm an officer, but I like... The way the loot works is like the GMs kind of like take the loot and then we distribute it out later. But that was just one of the things where it's like, if we had talked about it before, I probably could have just needed it. I just didn't want to in the middle of the raid and like disorient anyone. What do you need? Eye of Zool, Cardinal Ruby, just an 8 spell weave. All right, let's buy some stuff. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are gonna be expensive bracers. I need 3 of these. I mean, I could go run dungeons. I think everybody's busy doing stuff, and I'm not really in the mood to pug stuff. I mean, this is why I do GTKPs. I think I have like 300k gold. Did I buy? I already forget. Did I just buy? I bought 2 and I bought 1. But once the guy who has the pattern gets back to me, I'll make it for myself. Oh, he put it in the bank. All right, cool. Let's go grab that. Okay. Nice. Two gear upgrades. Let's go. Except first tab. Bejeweled. Boom. Here we go. Recipe. Oh yeah. So I need Eye of Zool, Cardinal, and Majestic. So I think that's yellow, red, orange. Oh, I need TSM back. Everything's like so ugly. Oh no, I was totally off of my colors. Oh, I have to convert badges on this guy. That's annoying. I forgot about that. I still have a bunch of conquest. What did we lose people to on the Drummongers? I honestly don't know. I was so focused in on my stuff. Did people die on the Drummongers and Beasts? Oh, gotcha. Okay. They got swept. So like whichever one's stationary will do sweep, which just knocks people back into like the poison puddle. There's like the one that's moving will drop a poison puddle on the ground. And wait, what the I'm totally in the wrong spot. So somebody got swept, knocked into the poison puddle, and then couldn't get out in time and just died. But I think outside of that they said I was the only person. Yeah, I know it's in the sewer. I forgot. My brain's all over the place right now. Oh, we did. We got the caster bracers. I just learned that, and I'm making some for myself now. But if you want some, I can make them for you. Sure. Yes. Just gonna take a nice screenshot of this for the guild. This guy, money changer. That's the dude. All right, I'm gonna go for what, 200 maybe. Did he? Some guys forgot to use their light of balloon and they used a speed pot. I almost did. I think I like looked at my potion. I'm like, oh, I want to get my cooldowns ready, and then I was like, oh yeah, light of balloon. So Dreadscale, then Acid Maw. So this will depend. Well, I guess maybe not. I don't know how. It depends on your raid DPS, but in the beginning of the fight, Acid Maw is more dangerous. But basically, the way it works is whichever. So one of them is stationary and one of them is moving, and they basically have the same abilities between them, but their abilities change whether they're stationary or whether they're moving. So, and also once you kill one, the other enrages for 50% increased damage. So the scary thing, if you go Acid Maw first, then Dreadscale will enrage, and it'll be after the burrow, which means Dreadscale is stationary. The problem with him being stationary is that he will shoot his burning bile onto a raid member, which can hit other people in an AoE. So it depends how close. It's like a 10-yard radius. But if that splashes to a bunch of people at 50% increased damage, your raid will just die instantly. That happened to us a few times. So what we found is kill Dreadscale first, so that when Acid Maw, so after they burrow, Acid Maw comes up and he's moving, and he only uses his ability on the tank. Now the tank will get paralyzed because you don't have anyone he can run into with the burning debuff. So there's no way to remove it. But after you kill the boss, you just have your tank bubble. If he's a paladin, that's obviously important. If they're not a paladin, you can have one of your paladins DI them, and then you just res the paladin that DI'd. Spreading's harder than you think, because there's going to be poison puddles on the ground, so there's only so much room you can spread, and like, it's just we were losing anywhere from like 3 to 7 people consistently, killing Dreadscale like it's an infinitely better strategy to kill a Dreadscale first. Because like Acid Maw doesn't really do anything. when he's in after burrow. Like it's all tank damage. And then you just need to make sure that you remove the toxin debuff after you kill Acid Maw. Like in theory, you can spread. It's easier said than done. It's one of those things. All right, what do I need to craft these? Ruby, Zircon, Iodul. Hell yeah. Nice upgrade. Awesome. And now I need a ruby. I wonder, I could probably sell these for a shit ton. I should probably do that. I should probably make some and sell them. Let me go cut a ruby on my other priest. Yeah, Bobby, I think it kind of depends on your guild and how you do things. I think we have an interesting problem of everybody just kind of stacking up. It's totally something you can prevent. It absolutely is. But we just found it was safer this way. And like, it doesn't really matter. I think you just do whatever safe is for you. Like, so if you guys have always had luck killing Dreadscale second, then go for it. I don't know. We just always have people grouped together and then they just get wrecked. I have the Bracer enchant in my bags because I had everything ready for when I got the Bracers off XT, which I never did. So I had like a Runed Scarlet Ruby and the Bracer enchant in my bag for like 3 months. And I just sold that gem like 2 days ago, or like before the patch dropped, because I knew obviously these gems were coming and that was going to just tank the prices of them. Yeah, I have the Bracer enchant though. People want to stack for it's not even haste totem. It's like, I'll be honest, I'm never conscious of the haste totem or its location ever. I think it's just you know, you move for one ability and other people move, and I think you just kind of funnel towards the same area, and then before you know it, you have like 10 people standing on top of each other, and honestly, it wasn't even the ranged, it was the melee that were getting obliterated. So it was really hard for the melee to spread on the Wondermonger on Dreadscale without just chaining the ability to everyone else. But we would, like every pull, we would have like anywhere, honestly, from 3 to 7 people just die instantly, and it was like a one shot. All right, we got a gem. I got an enchant somewhere in here. I think. Yeah, there it is. Bracer spell power. Boom. We're looking good. Hell yeah. I finally got bracers. All right. You know, solid upgrades. I'll take it. Like, this is basically Biss, so very close. Now I still have another 30 minutes until 10 man. And then I'll end the stream after that. But 10 man's fun. It's the same. If you haven't done it, it's the same raid, just a little bit easier. What's funny is in our first 10 man, we did 10 man heroic on the first PTR weekend, and the boss we wiped on the most was Northrend Beasts to the fire and the acid debuff. That was the hardest thing for us. I think we had like 5 or 6 wipes on Northrend Beasts, and then every other boss we wiped like once on. I think I knew might have been 2 or 3 times. But in 10 man, Northrend Beast was the hardest fight for us. Yeah, like, I mean, it's funny. So I have my Beast guide that I finished the video. I just need to make a YouTube thumbnail for, and then I can upload it. I literally say, like, don't feel bad if you wipe to the first boss. It's actually very difficult if you're not handling the debuffs correctly, because you know you'll have people who are if you get the fire debuff on you, you're AoEing a bunch of people around you, and if you have the poison debuff, you just get slowed to the point of when you stop being able to move. So it's like you can like instantly kill everybody in your raid, or just like be stuck in the middle of nowhere very quickly. So it is actually like there's some good mechanics on that fight. I think it's like a good learning fight for people who are newer to the game. Yeah, 10 man's different. I think 10 man, you're probably right about that. Yeah, when you have more space and like, I mean, the problem with melee is there's only so far they can move away from each other in order to attack the boss. Oh, that's cool. Just got this in a 10 man. Kill them all within 60 seconds of each other. But the funny thing is, like, all the strategies we just used in this raid, we're never going to use again. Because these were, like, riskier strategies to try to just kill bosses faster. But, like, when it comes to Twin Valk, for example, we're not going to do the door strat. We're going to have everybody stand in the center. And then we're going to have people be blockers. And, like, essentially just, like, you know, make sure the raid doesn't get hit by the orbs. Because we don't know yet. Like, that's just an example of, like, something we're not sure if that's safer. But, like, we don't want to do anything that's going to risk wiping. Oh, yeah, if you don't understand the mechanics. We had our demo Warlock was tanking Acid Maw. I think he Acid Maw stationary first. So, yeah, if you don't know what you're doing, it can be difficult. For sure. It's a fun raid. I wish that there was more to it. Like, it's one of those raids where it feels like there needs to be another, like, not Onyxia. There needs to be another, like, 3 or 4 bosses, or like another raid with like a small, like maybe 2 or 3 bosses in it. But I mean, it has so much loot. It's kind of insane. Like, it'll be so easy for people to catch up who like weren't able to do old war hard modes. Like, I feel like the difference between the people who have the best gear and the people who are like, you know, maybe killing a few hard modes or heroic bosses, but mostly doing normal. Like, the difference between those 2 groups of people is going to be much smaller this phase than it was in Old War. Yeah, you finish it and you're like, that's it. That's why ICC will be fun. I'm really excited for that raid. I wish it wasn't going to be 3 months until it came. That's like the hardest thing now. It's just like, ugh. So I got promoted to being an officer about a week ago. But the reason for that is like one of our main, you know, our old officers, after this progression race, is taking a break from the game. And it's like totally understandable. If like you're going to take a break from the game if you've wanted to, this is the tier to do it, because it's just like there's not too much to gain from doing it. You know, most classes gain like 1,000 DPS. And like if you don't want to be doing it 4 times a week, which is basically what we're going to be doing, it's like, much rather just like go touch grass for a few months and then come back for ICC. Although he said he might just be quitting the game. He's not sure if he's taking a break or not. So still TBD on that. But he was like our best caster, so like range DPS. So they wanted somebody to replace him who was also good at range DPS. I wonder how much of an upgrade were these bracers? That's what I want to know now. Let's see. Oh, I should have saved that. This is this ring. And this is the mace. And then Bejeweled Wizard's bracers. Oh, that's pretty sick. Oh, I went down a little bit. But still, like 50, 60 DPS. Not bad. That's pretty good. How would this have been if I had grasps? That's interesting. So grasp sim's a lot higher than Bejeweled Wizard's bracers. That's probably like a, I think ratings get better as our gear gets better. So I think that the fact that like these are haste spell power, and this is ratings, means like as we get more gear, like the ratings will get better relative to like spirit. But right now, since I'm missing a ton of phase 3 gear, obviously, It's just not that good of an upgrade. All right, who's in my raid? Oh, so a group that's going right now, I'm raiding. There's a bunch of people in that group who are in my raid. I got the dagger that has similar stats to a Suga. It's actually 45 DPS upgrade. Oh, that's awesome. And for the cloak, I'll just think that melee. Yeah. Yeah, it's sad when you wipe, and you miss out on the cloak. That's why it's like, I don't know, wiping just feels so bad. Like, our guild master literally before this raid gave a talk that was like, listen, people are gonna fuck up. We're gonna wipe. We're gonna have raids that don't get cloaks. Do not get toxic with other people because, you know, shit's gonna happen. And some days it might be you who messes up. Some days it might be somebody else. But just, you know, be respectful. It's gonna suck. And he was like, I'm saying that for myself too because I'm gonna try to make sure I don't get pissed off if somebody dies to something stupid that causes a wipe. It's like, it's such a toxic loot system that I'm so glad it doesn't exist in other raid tiers, but it's just like very anti-fun. You guys on a noob? All right. So hopefully it'll be sooner than 20 minutes because the group that I'm joining, they're on a noob right now, so should be done relatively soon. I do. What do you mean watch my POV? Oh. Invite. Why is there no invite? Oh, he already invited. I'm dumb. What do you mean by POV? You mean like not just in the game? You mean like what I'm actually seeing, or like oh yeah 10 man. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, let's go Violet hold. Somebody wants bracers. Yeah. I mean, I'm totally just gonna keep streaming. That's why it's like an awkward hour where I'm like, I don't know what to do to fill this time. Usually what I do when I have time to kill is I farm the ZG mounts because I had the tiger. I want the raptor, but I did that this week already, or this reset. So now I'm just like, what do I do? That looks right. I think he gave me an extra. Give me an extra thing. Oh. Cool. Yeah, 10 man was, we did it a few times at the very start of PTR and then just never again. It was a lot easier for sure. I think just having fewer people makes the mechanics, like especially like you mentioned, I think it was you, spreading out, like for Acid Maul, for example, or for like the Drummongers, like, yeah, it's like you have so much more space. It just makes things a lot easier. This is dope though. I like it. You didn't like beasts on 25 man? Hold on, let me. That's the best fight. Hold on. I mean, this is the one fight where Shadow's good. The thing is, because we can like multi-dot Germongers, or so we can multi-dot the snowballs, then we can multi-dot the Germongers, and then we can do some good snapshotting onto the 100% damage increase. Oh, I see what you mean. It was good on 25. Yeah, and not 10. I don't really remember. I haven't done 10 man since the very first day that the PTR was up for Northrend Beasts. So we did it. We did like 2 runs, and then it was just 25 man after. I mean, 25 man feels awesome, for sure. And I think this is like one of the highest DPS I've ever had on that fight. The Jaraxxus kind of sucks because it's a pure single target, though this again is one of my highest. Oh yeah, only 2 snowballs. Yeah, I mean if they die fast. Twin Valks, I totally fucked up. I was getting really bad FPS on that fight. And like I was just tab targeting like a goon. I think my best was around 15k during PTR. So that's easy to increase. And then a noob, this was all single target. Like if I was AoEing, I probably would have been up here with mine tier. But like, I don't really care about, did he remember? I wonder if he remembered. He did very little mind searing. Yeah, he did 1 mind sear, so I think he probably forgot to. So, I mean, for a pure single target, it's not too bad. Missed out on the pad. But yeah, if you only get 2 snowballs on 10 man, that's going to feel bad because there's like, you don't have a lot of dot up time. I mean, Germongers are the same. Snapshotting on what's his face, Icel is the same. But like the strategies we'll use in this 10 man will be a lot safer. Like we won't do what we did in 25. Like what? I don't think we'll ever do what we just did in 25 man. That was just for, you know, today. But like when we killed Twin Valks, I was like, oh shit, there's only 1 boss left. I don't know why I thought there was like 2 or 3. I was just like, really? We only have a noob left? That happened so fast. It's like it's such a rush in the moment. You guys got them out? They got them out in their 10 man. They didn't die. That's kind of sick. Oh, is it not deaths on 10 man? What is it called? I guess it's probably a feat of strength. Yeah, well, so what we're doing is like, we're essentially going to have 3 TOGCs back to back. And with like the way we want to do it is basically like have the same people in those. So it's like our raid nights will still be like an hour and a half long, but we'll just do 3 raids back to back to back. Oh yeah, go for it. I mean, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me now. I got another 15 minutes to kill until my 10 man. But yeah, good luck. Good luck. Hopefully you guys get a cloak or at least make some good progression, you know. Like obviously not everybody's getting a cloak, or might not have done like PTR practice. I did get loots. I got a Misery's End. I just made myself Bejeweled Wizard's Bracers. So that was a nice little... It was like, I didn't get it, you know, but I made it for myself. What did that cost me? Oh, I guess it doesn't... My money reset. But it's probably like 5k to buy everything to make them. And then I got a tier token for 245. So I'll probably wait until I get a second tier token to cash it in. Just because like one piece I don't think is an upgrade. Could probably sim that, but yeah, so hopefully next week I'll get my 2-piece of 245 tier. And then, you know, whatever drops. I was really hoping for the cloak. But, you know, I think whatever rate I'm in, since when we do splits, I'll still be first on the cloak. So pretty excited about that. They mess up logs. You went from 87 to 66. No, I think... Are you talking about for your phase 3 Old Wars? Oh yeah, title. I know I would have gotten cloak. We had... So the way we did loot is we had a sheet that for every single item, somebody was assigned to. So usually the way we'll do loot... Phase 2 Old War. Oh, that's interesting. No, I have no idea for phase 2. I know I got pushed back a rank, but like just like from like I think rank 16 to 17 for Shadow Priest. But when I thought everything was locked, when I thought it was all locked, so that was surprising to me. But no, I don't. That's really. Oh! I think it's probably because make sure you're clicking phase 2. If you did anything this week, it might mess up your logs. Unless you did go into phase 2. I don't know. I feel like there's always weird things when you go into a new phase. But title, so we had everybody assigned to an item and that they would just need it. So we were just letting everybody need on items that they were assigned to. So what was assigned to me was Misery's End, the bracers, so the 258 haste spirit bracers, if those would have dropped, and then the cloak. So it's basically all noob items / tribute chest items is all I was gonna get. Oh my god, I'm so tight. I need to get out of this chair. I'm gonna end this stream pretty quickly after this 10-man. But you know, if you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to let me know. Minus name Charlie hasn't changed any. Let me take a look. Maybe something changed since I last looked. I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't heard anything, but not like I'm not super tuned in to Warcraft logs and what they do. Old War, phase 2. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. So this is mine for priest. Healing. It defaults to healing now for priest. So like, if I go to damage, you can see this is me. But for some reason, it's defaulting to healing. I don't know why. It's been happening for the last few days when I log in. So take a look if that's the problem. But I forgot about that. That has been happening to me. Just exit out of that. Yeah, orange healing prices. I mean, the thing is, your healing as a Shadow Priest is based off your damage. So if you're doing good damage, you're going to do good healing. Oh, you have the same averages. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess to Charlie's point, I was saying just make sure you're not looking at healing instead of DPS. Yeah, I got it, Andreas. I read your comment wrong. Well, it's funny, like a 19k on Hodier, like week 1 or 2 was a 99. And now it's like you do like a 20k, 21k, it's like a 92 or something. I think I had something that was like a 23k, 24k, and it was like a 97, and I'm like, really? That's not a 99? Like, that fight's so stupid. I wouldn't worry about parts. Like, there's so much RNG involved in like having good timings with the lightning buff, making sure you crit a lot. Like, it's stupid. I wouldn't worry about that one. Oh, they got, what did they get? A second group did 50 attempts in 10-man too. Nice. Alright, I was starting 10-man soon, so apologies for the long wait. There's a lot of running around Dalaran today, that's for sure. I'm just reading disc. I think we're starting. Oh, you guys are doing Oni? Oh, okay. So don't wipe. Vera, on stream, I was saying you were the best healer I've ever played with earlier today. I was just saying it at the time, but I was saying it to people watching my stream. They were excited. They were happy. A lot of grats in the chat. All right, so they're doing Oni real quick. Honestly, the hardest part, the longest part of Oni is just getting there. It's just stupid thing. What I want to know is, I got 2 minutes on this. What tier can I buy, if anything? Because I need to get my pants in my chest. I wonder if it's a loot thing. It's a grater. Mighty, there you go. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, parsing, I care too much about parsing, I'll be honest. It's like, I'm just a competitive person, so I'm always trying to play my best. Like, that's... If I didn't care about parsing, it would be really hard to play every single week. Like, because, at least for me, if I don't have something I'm going for, if I don't have, like, a goal in front of me, I just get kind of bored. So, like, parsing helps keep me engaged week to week. All right, they're starting Oni, so. Do you wipe bosses even if you finish them off but got too many? No. The wiping bosses thing only happens when we're trying speed kills. I would say my median performance average is representative of my median play. But the thing to remember is that, like, I forget, there was somebody before the raid who said that they were like a new Shadow Priest, and they're asking, you know, what's an influence to your DPS? Is it your gear? Is it your raid? Is it your buffs? And it's like all of those things play a part. So it's like my raids, we kill things insanely fast. So that plays a part. Like, you know, my parses could definitely be 99s elsewhere. Like I know what I'm doing. I'm playing the class correctly, relatively, I think. But being in a guild where everybody's doing crazy damage and where the bosses die so fast just makes parsing so much easier. So Shadow is one of the classes that benefits the most, just because like all of our damage is so front loaded into like Lust with Shadow Fiend and Trinket procs and stuff. Like your damage is just gonna, the longer the fight, it's just, your damage is just gonna go down. So it's like really hard. It gets much harder to parse if you have slower kill times. Not saying it's impossible, but like I'm so far removed from those longer kill times that I honestly can't say like if you do Hodier and it's 30 seconds longer than my raid's kill, like can you get a 99? Probably. It's going to be a lot harder. It's absolutely going to be a lot harder. But I don't know like how that all like how well you'd have to play in that length of a kill, or like what your gear would have to be if you're playing well. It's like there's just so many factors that like play into parsing that it's a useful metric, but I wouldn't say it's the end all be all. I'd say it's good relative. Like I think, you know, if you're doing 99s, like you're doing something right. I think even if you're doing 95s, you're doing it right. Like even like even 90s. Like I think it's too hard to know what parses are good relative to kill times. Like it's just almost impossible. But no, we only wipe in very specific occasions when we're speed killing bosses, which we do like on a specific fight. We'll do that once or twice a tier. We did that with Nax. We did that with Ulduar. I'm gonna do another shout out to the guild that I can make these bracers. But I would say like unless unless your gear and your kill times are the same as mine, which they probably aren't, it's like it's impossible to compare yourself to my kills. It really is. And it's like unfair to you. Oh, they killed Onyxia. All right, cool. Let's get this show on the road. I feel like Onyxia on 10 man is just like, does she drop anything good? I guess you can still get the Drake on 10 man, so that's something. Oh yeah. No, so title, I totally get you. What's really funny, so I had a similar problem. Let me bring up my Algalon logs. Are kind of funny because you can see like there's clear points where I made like incremental progress. Ulduar. It's healing again. I don't know why it's healing. Let's go to Algalon. And I'm just going to sort this by date. Oh, wrong way. But so you can see it's like first 5 kills were all like pretty bad. The next 2, I'm like, okay, I figured something out here. And then after that, I was really like, oh, okay, now I know what I'm doing. So it like, to like start getting 99s took me what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 weeks until I was like, now I know how to do this. Like there's a big learning curve to Algalon. And the thing that kind of sucks is if I go back in there, like as we get more gear, it's like I kind of have everything mapped out perfectly for like how much damage to do with dots to stars, but that damage is going to increase with gear now, which kind of ruins my first stars. I'll feel like I'll do too much damage, so they'll die before Big Bang and the raid will wipe. Because I'm still going to have to do it, unfortunately. Because we still have people that need stuff from there. That's BIS for this phase. But I want to worry about your median. Like, I think it is representative of like how you did on that fight, but like on a fight like that, it's so hard in the beginning when you first do it that's unfairly dragging down your median. That I don't know. I understand wanting everything to be orange and purple, or like orange, purple, pink. But I would say that fight in particular, especially as a Shadow Priest, it's like very hard in the beginning. Oh, you skip? We skipped Yogg Zero a few times in the beginning too. Like if we had raids where we were just wiping to a bunch of stuff. All right, here we go. Finally, groups forming. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom before this starts. Forgot I muted. It felt so good just to stand up for a second. Oh, my shoulders are killing me. That's why it's like, I don't know if you guys watch retail races at all, but like they raid like 16 hours a day for like a week straight. That would take such a toll on your body. It'd be wild. I'm gonna drop a wormhole by the well. Anyone needs it? Yeah, the retail race of Wopost is insane. That is awesome. So I wish I never was in like one of the top retail guilds, and I wish I could have been. I think that would have been an awesome experience. Is anybody taking this? Synerjet, not moving. Alright, I think they have a summoning stone up, so just go to Ice Crown. Yeah, the retail races are insane. That's why, like, I don't know that Classic needs to be that hard in terms of how difficult raids are to complete, but it would be nice if they, like, changed up the mechanics. Like, if things were a little bit different from PTR to live, like, just so that, like, there is a little bit of a learning on the fly thing, and not just everything that we practice is what we're gonna see, and then we just crush it in 20 minutes, you know? Like, it would have been so cool if the bosses had extra mechanics, or even different mechanics. If they're just like, oh, this boss doesn't do this anymore, but now it does this thing. I think that would be really cool. And I hope in Kata they do something like that. Oh, I have full food already. I have a sandwich in front of me that I meant to eat 3 hours ago and forgot to. One of the guys in chat or in Discord was like, I totally just forgot about eating today. All right, 10-man time. This should be nice and quick. That sounds so good. All right, now this will be much more chill pace to the 25 mana earlier. Alright, I need a, what do I need? Flask, inner fire, all that stuff. Let's do world buffs. Or, oh, I forgot my world buff. Damn it. I forgot my 3% crit. Oh, that's the other thing, is that, like, in that raid I had, what, you had the Midsummer fire buffs, you had a 3% crit, I had tailoring buffs. There's just so much more different, or so much more damage. I think my character simmed about 750 DPS higher than when we cleared PTR last, which is crazy. I mean, that does factor in a flare too, but like mostly it was world buffs and stuff that made my character stronger. Yeah, the game, well, I never played MOP. I started playing retail, like after I took a break in Wrath, I started playing again in Legion. And then I played Legion, BFA, Shadowlands. Quit at the start of Shadowlands, and that's when I started playing Classic. Retail now is actually a lot of fun. If you play Shadow Priest here, retail Shadow Priest is, it's a lot harder, it's a lot more complicated, it's much faster, but it's so much fun. Oh my god, it's a blast. It is so much fun. I would highly recommend giving it a try. But I know it's not for everybody. I know a lot of people don't like retail, and we were saying this earlier, but it's like I enjoy it for like 2 weeks at a time. I can't play that constantly. I don't know why. Like, it's the same game, it's just a little bit different, but there's just something about it where I get burnt out so quickly. But also, if you haven't played since MOP, there's a lot of things in the game that like you haven't experienced. Not that I think it's a huge deal, but it's just like there's a lot to catch up on. All right, let's do it. This is my spot, by the way. So the boss will spawn right here. This is pretty much like 15 yards away, so you're not going to get hit by his like shout that silences everybody. And if your DKs want to drop a gargoyle, they can just come to like this indent right here. This is basically 15 yards, maybe a little bit more than 15 yards. But so that they can drop their gargoyle out here, because otherwise it'll get interrupted and do a bunch of, just do like crap damage to the boss. Oh, I gotta move. I think I'm in between fires right now. Nice. Look at that positioning. The snowballed. He is living. There we go, now it's dead. That actually died very fast. Also, you wanna, if you can dot them before they get thrown, that's gonna be a lot more damage than if you have to dot them after they land. Like, this doesn't feel, you know, I'd say they lived a while. I don't know if your snowballs die faster.
Run away.
Oh. Oh, we're lessing these on that makes sense totally. Right, so like we lusted Ice Howl on Prague, but like this is the safer strategies to lust on these guys because they're the dangerous ones. Damn, that guy melted. And Submerge happening soon. Refresh dots. Always try to refresh dots before Submerge. Because you'll see the numbers still tick. Like, they still tick when he's underground. A noob, they don't tick on. So that's something good to know. That, like, it doesn't matter refreshing dots on a noob. He cleanses stuff when he goes down. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, just 2k ahead of everybody. I should have saved my trinket and stuff for when he gets stunned. So I kind of fucked up doing that, but like, not a huge deal, but a small deal, I'd say. Oh, we got deaths. This is why I play ranged. They're like, melee, if you pull threat, you'll die, which is what happened. Because he gets stunned. So it really helps if you have a rogue tricks. Oh, let's get dots. You want to make sure you get dots before then. SVJ. Don't want a pot. Refresh all dots. Use all CDs. Throw up a Devouring Plague. Oh, did you freeze the tank? Yeah, I would say this fight's still looking pretty good for Shadow on 10 man. Aw, I got frozen. There's a bit of RNG, like getting frozen and stuff, so that can suck if that happens. Like not even worth it to cast dots. I should just direct damage him. Ooh, the wand. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I just passed on those orbs, but I can take them after. I'll just take stuff. I only have 8 slots open, so I can't take a lot. Good wand. No, you don't recast Shadowward Pain when Ice Howl charges. It should get refreshed through Mind Flay, that 100% damage. Only recast Devouring Plague, because that won't get the % damage buff until you recast it. But then you also want to make it your final global on the fight, or I'm sorry, your final cast before he comes out of that charge, because that'll maintain that 100% damage increase for the remainder of its duration, even when he like loses. Bigwigs is right, but Bigwigs is so good. I will never stop saying that. It's so good. It's so good. You guys, they're giving me shit for using Bigwigs. The Bigwigs timer on this fight is right. DBM's off by like 5 seconds for when combat starts, so it makes pre-potting a lot easier. VT will update. VT will update the same as, I think it'll update. Oh, let me think about that for a second. Yeah, I don't think you need to recast anything. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I think VT and Shadowward Pain will update automatically. Only Devouring Plague needs to be recast to benefit. So this is probably the worst fight in here for Shadow. Oh, RIP Sin. I can help. I forgot we didn't have mages. Oh. Yeah, he needs his I have Dispel Magic. I was like, I have this on my bars, right?
Run away.
Flames.
Run away.
It's like the first time I've ever gotten this. Yeah, I saw them on him. I'm like, that's weird. It's taking so long for them to like get taken. But we don't have a mage to spell steal. Yeah, just kill the boss. Super easy. Yeah, it's exactly like Mim's head. That's the perfect comparison.
The loss of Wilfred Fizzledang, while unfortunate,
Alright, Morin, take those.
be a lesson to those of you who dare to dabble in dark magic. Alas,
Is there anything?
now must face the next challenge.
Is anyone? I'll just greet them. I'll just take them. Probably delete some food. I'm like, my inventory's so full right now. I don't need all of these.
Calm down. Compose yourself.
But yeah, so snapshotting Devouring Plague is exactly like Mim said. It's exactly like Thorum too. So you can get that 99% reduced damage snapshotted onto Devouring Plague if you cast it before he jumps down, which really sucks. But I mean, you know, hey, I'm surprised. I mean, I did actually get some upgrades, so my DPS probably went up by like 100-ish between these two upgrades. But I mean, Shadow does all right. I guess we do have some good caster buffs. So we probably have Curse of Elements. We have a Demo Lock. So it's really hard to compare. And we have an Unholy for Ebon Plaguebringer. So I think it's just a really good caster raid for debuffs. Yep. Oh, let me switch to my PvP spec. Well, I get reduced mana cost of Mass Dispel, so that helps. Oh yeah, I was totally listening. That's because they're out of range. When you get closer, they'll pop up. But the mage didn't show up for me. This was a problem we had on BTR too. That like on our kill, I didn't damage. Oh, I didn't even realize I wasn't hitting the mage at all.
5,
Until I saw he had like 500k
4,
HP and everyone else had 100k.
2, 1.
Oh, bye-bye, bomb. Dispel.
Focus.
I got it. Oh, fuck, that's not my dispel button.
Dispel.
I'm stupid.
Focus.
I got it.
Focus. Focus.
We're struggling a little bit here. In fact, that skull isn't. There we go. He's dead. This fight's so much easier on 10 man.
Dispel.
All right, easy. We did it. That fight's, it's funny the difference in difficulty between 10 man and 25 man. 25 is chaotic as hell, and that one just falls over. I think all the 10 man trinkets suck. This wand's good. All right, on to Twin Valks. This one's really fun. This is my favorite fight in this instance. Do we? Oh. We should talk to this guy.
Focus.
Together will you overcome the final challenge? From the depths of Ice Crown come two of the Scourge's most powerful lieutenants. Fearsome Valkyr, winged harbingers of the Lich King.
I can do it. That's fine. Okay. So we're doing this fight differently. I'm gonna still try to snapshot this shit though. Okay. I'm gonna snapshot and switch. So we have this cool weak aura where if I click this, it'll just recast Mind Flay onto my main target or onto my focus target. And so if I'm maintaining a Shadow Word Pain, it'll just instantly get refreshed. So this is really nice. Part of our weak aura pack, which can't share yet, but probably in a few days I can. Oh, so we are doing the door strat. Figuring out some strategy stuff for people who haven't like tanked this before and stuff. It's a much different pace than 25 man. I wonder if these are any good. I have no idea. Oh, VE. We use 2 usually, because we have 1 on each.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh fuck! I shouldn't have. No, I messed up. It's okay. Oh, don't. Okay. I almost let that fall off. So we'll press that. See how it like refreshes the timer? It's an awesome weak aura. And it works for like warlocks too. Oh, don't forget, don't forget. Oh.
Interrupt.
So that was a little scary because we're all one color. So the opposite one got the shield there, so we lusted. Don't fall off, don't fall off. I'm like really bad at using this weak core. It's been so long, I just like forget how to do this fight a little bit. I'm probably not playing this particularly well right now, so don't judge me too hard. Oh, we did it. That was super fast. Crit hit spell power. That's like not good. So the Mind Flay tick, that's called Gnosis. So Gnosis. You can download it there. And then in the options, that's in, so you go to channeled spells, Mind Flay. So play tick sound. And then in combat text clip test, it'll be this setting. So like whatever sound you pick, play sound on clip. So I have GS login, which it'll be hard to hear. Let me turn off the music for a second. So that's the sound. It's really soft. It's really faint. And it's hard to make it louder. It's hard to make it louder without really screwing up your sound settings. So like mine's super faint, but I do like it. I'm like always listening very intently for it. Yeah, so the reason I casted that with no shadow weaving stacks is because while he's running in, it's like, it's just, you're spending a lot of time building up those stacks. And I don't know if this is right. This is again, just a feels craft thing. You spend a lot of time building up those stacks. And then what would happen is when we were doing this on PTR is that I would miss out on lust because lust would happen pretty quickly. So I would end up missing out on lust because I was spending so much time trying to build up those stacks. And the other target, get a Shadow Word Paint on, swap colors, and then go to the stack in the door. So I found it felt better. I don't know if it was better, but it felt better to just put up a Shadow Word Paint instantly, maybe throw like up a VT, like do like a spell or two, put up Shadow Word Pain, and then swap colors. So that's why I do that. Yeah, no problem, Bose. Oh, I have two. I probably didn't need to buy ores. I probably could have gotten them from the guild. Whatever, who cares? They were cheap. They're relatively 800-900 gold. The ones, the Serenite ores, I think that's what they're called, in ICC will probably be like 5k a piece the first day of that raid, because everyone's going to need them to get their Shadowmourne quest done.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I have no idea if my stacks got to 100. I don't think it happened. My weak core would probably tell me, but also it's like I was just never really paying attention to it. Oh, forgot Shadow Fiend. I don't really know if Mindseer is worth it here. I don't think it is. I mean, if you need more ad damage, it's probably worth it. That man feels like a different raid.
Focus.
Oh, we're so close for the one phase. We might get it. Hey,
Defensive.
use your cancel aura. Oh my god, this is so fast.
Interrupt.
We skip phase 2. I don't have my Shadow Fiend. I was not expecting that. See, it's like we didn't even lust in the beginning, and we just crushed phase 2. Like, we DPS him so fast, we beat phase 2. So that's what the people who got the top kills in the world for 25-man did. Except they lusted to start the fight. Oh, baby, look at that. Beat out the Unholy. Hell yeah. Let's go. So the cancel aura is this. So cancel aura, commanding shout, prayer of fortitude. Essentially what it does is you want to reduce your max health because his leeching swarm is going to take on heroic mode 30% of your HP and heal him for that. I think it heals him for a little bit more than like 100%. All the trophies. Oh, we got the horse. Oh, we got the tank cloak. Ew. What are we doing on a horse? Yeah, that's a good point. No, so the cancel aura is really nice. It will reduce the healing. Oh, fucking I'll need. I want it. Let's go. I got the horse. Hey. I mean, there are upgrades, but I don't think I'll take one. I'll get one later. But yeah, I mean that was it. That was the raid on 10 man. 10 man's much easier than 25. If you have high DPS, like we just crushed that guy, Anub. But that's it for the raids. That's it for the stream too. I'm gonna call it here. You know, thanks for hanging out. I know this was a long one. It was a fun one. But yeah, if you have any questions on TOGC, Shadowfree stuff, feel free to message me on Discord or comment on a video. I see those pretty quickly. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. It was a fun day. I enjoy these. I wish Prague lasted longer and was more fight. You know, just but yeah, that's it. I do. I got one. Yeah, it is. Well, no, so it's not just impactful for the first ticks. Like, if you guys have overhealing, like if you heal too much for somebody and they go back up to their max HP. Oh, okay. I lied. We have Onyxia. We're not done yet. So if you already left, well, then you don't get to see 10-man Onyxia. Oh, no. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, no worries, Harvey. Thanks for hanging out. But like we do have Onyxia still, so we're gonna go do that. We should get a mage for a port. Oh, Morn. Good job, Morn. Hell yeah. I was about to. It's hard keeping up with stream chat and this. At TOGC. Like one side has vendors for Horde, the other is vendors for Alliance. Can we? I don't know. It's kind of Tarth. You can also go to Violet Hold for phasing. But this was fun. This was a good raid. Yeah, I totally think it's worth it to cancel Aura. Like, especially on 25 man. Like 10 man, I don't think it matters as much because he just kind of falls over. where am I going here? But he does heal, like 25 minutes difficult. And I think you want to reduce your healing to him as much as possible. Like my HP goes from like being 25k to about 20k. So it's like, that's 5k healing. He's not, but it's more than 5k because it's, I think he gets like 125% or something of the healing. So it's more than 5k. And then that's for everybody in the raid. So if you have 25 people doing that, you know, that's 100. What if it's 5k for 25 people? It's 125, but then like 125% of that. So that's like, I don't know. And then if you overheal people and they go back up to their maximum HP, you want that to be lower. So like it can add up to be like 200 to 300k healing that he gets, maybe even more, just depending on your raid. So I would totally recommend using this. I can even throw it in chat. If you guys want to use it. Did that send? Oh, it did. Okay. My OBS is just a little bit behind. How many badges do I have? 63? Oh, was there any loot from the 10-man that people didn't roll on? They wanted? No, I mean I took those pieces. I was just, did anyone like pass on something they wanted? That's what I'm asking. Mine's on CD. We left the 258 cloak in the chest. Yeah, it was. We are missing a 258 cloak. It's unfortunate. I mean, hey, if nobody wants this, I'll just keep it. This will probably be a nice option. Like if I get too much hit, which is kind of the opposite of the problem I have right now, but this is like good in some sets. This is good in other sets. It's definitely a nice wand to have. And are tanks also using it or only DPS and healers? Tanks, I believe, are using it. I think everybody. If you think your tanks are taking too much damage, you know, you don't have to use it on them. I think that's more of like your mileage may vary, however your guild feels about it. But that would be something that, you know, you feel it out. Maybe don't risk it on your first night. And then if you think you feel comfortable with your tanks and their HP, you can always do it again later. Or can like try it on the next night, next pulls, whenever, you know, if you don't wipe. Oh, yeah, no problem, Vin. Welcome to the copy pasta. But if it does paste like that into your macro, obviously just hit. I have it. Yeah. That's why I was asking. I didn't know if Mandragora or if Morn wanted it. In some sets it is. In the set I'm going for, it's not. Yeah. Yeah, in my BIS setup it is, but I'm not expecting to get that. I mean, I'm hoping to get it. I would say the 2P set that I came up with is like 10 DPS worse, so it's actually really close. I would say the more important thing that I've thought about for ICC prog would be like the lack of HP. I think I lose like 1k HP, which could be not great for ICC prog, but I think that's totally minimal, obviously. Nice. we found the cloak. Oh, Onyxia. Hopefully I don't die here again. I think I know the fight now. But those are the other items I have if anybody wants them. Oh, I was like, eh? Like, cool. Hit crit. All right, final raid boss of the night. Yeah, again, thanks for hanging out, everyone. This was a fun stream. I wish it happened more often than every 3 months, but it's definitely fun. Oh, whoops. Why is that down there? Did I raid with Question? Ah, shit. Didn't mean to. That could have been causing some FPS lag. That would explain some of it. Can't trust Flaresy. I did. I forgot about the mount already. 5 minutes after I got it. What is this mount? It's like pretty ugly. It's this one, Swift Alliance Steed. Like, it's fine. It looks like one of the mounts that you just buy from like the vendors. Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Don't forget pre-pots. Oh my god, I totally just like ripped my pre-pot. I should move so I don't get tail swept again. I'll say it's kind of fun, even though this fight's a joke, going in and not knowing the mechanics. Like, will I get hit by the tail swipe here? Looks like no. Oh, time to parse, baby. I'm killing the dragons. The little ones. Oh, I forgot to fear ward myself. RIP my parse. Yeah, this fight's a huge joke. It's always fun fighting a big dragon, though. I gotta say, like, nice. It's funny how fast the fight was without Lust. Oh, I got it. No, I didn't. Oh, I did it. Look at that. Oh, flame breath. Hit me. It didn't kill me. I could tank this fight. Hell yeah. Wow, look at those resistances. Another wind hood. That's what we got in 25-man too. Warlock. Junk. All right, now The rating day is complete. Thanks for hanging out. Call the stream here. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. Again, if you have any questions on the raid, feel free to message me on Discord. Happy to help. And I'll be putting out guides hopefully soon for the fights as well. I'm a little bit behind on that. But anyway, have a great night, everyone. Hopefully your clears in the raid go well and you get some good loot. But all right, take care, everyone. Have a good night.